I'm going to
Yeah.
try. I mean, you do know I'm recording you, right? Because, of course, I want to get your side of the story out there, but
Well,
I'm going to
everything I
keep.
tell you is the truth as I know it. I ain't gonna sit there and try to go on
So
no damn
has,
Jerry Springer show.
yeah, before we go on, has the TBI told you not to tell people about Dawn being wired? Because if that's about you being wired, question Dawn. Because if so, I'm going to take that out.
I ain't heard nothing like that. That's the first time I've ever heard.
I want you to know that I am, like, I'm going to make some YouTube videos out of our conversation and stuff, but I want to be compassionate to your needs and everything. So if there's anything you want me to leave out or not, put into my videos.
I ain't ashamed of anything.
Okay. Yeah.
You don't harm a child.
You know, it's been said that you were not friends with Dawn, that you were just friends with Candace. Is there any truth to that?
No, hell no. I mean, me and Candace was because, I don't know, she's, with the school thing, she'd come by, like whenever they had Kepler open and see if I needed a ride or, we talked a little bit here and there like that, but it weren't nothing, no, it weren't nothing like that major, just because he was working more and, or whatnot, she'd done the school thing and I had, my ex got hooked, got to shooting that meth stuff and I kicked her out, and, I just had a lot on my plate at the time, but no, I just seen her a little bit more because of the kids, basically.
Yeah. Do you know anything about the rumors?
About the extent of that.
Do you know anything about the rumors of Crystal and Dawn sleeping together?
Oh, yeah, it's true. Kansas come down here. See, Kansas told me to get the all property, and that's back when I was still trying to keep Crystal and John's life. And they told me to get the all property, or she'd called the law. I said, that's all right. You'll find out who's telling the truth. And more than 2 days later, she come up here in the afternoon crying her eyes out. You were right. You were right. She slept with Donnie, but she slept with about everybody around here. So, that ain't nothing new. He come up here one day asking me where all the meth heads live. And I'm like, dude, really? I just kicked my damn, got rid of this stupid ass woman that was in my life for 12 years because of that shit. I'm the only one that's been here for my son since I cut the umbilical cord on him. The only parent that he could actually count on, and he's sitting right here. He can tell you that himself. You know what I mean?
So Dawn came up to question you.
Nobody recording me because I ain't got nothing
to hide. Okay, that's good. That's good. But did Dawn come up to you after Summer had gone missing?
Yeah. I couldn't believe it. I mean, I was wondering why he was acting so stupid. I kind of half figured, you know what I mean, that something like that was going on. I ain't no idiot. You know what I mean? I ain't got but a ninth grade education, but I do know, people because I screwed up in the first part of my life, man. You know what I mean? I finally got my stuff right. I ain't never gonna let nothing,
Can you tell
bring me down.
Are you able to tell me about the whole conversation you had with Dawn, like when he approached
I've had so much happen and so much stuff, and that hell, I've been through so much. I couldn't remember. I mean, it was kind of short, and he was just acting real strange. Somebody, some of it, the conversation I had with him, he brought his son up that morning. It weren't nothing real major, but he come up, the first words out of his mouth was, "Where's all the men?" I don't know. I don't hang around him yet. He's here at home taking care of my son. You know what I mean? I'm not the one out running around. The parents out running around, not being here doing what they're supposed to be doing. And I damn sure wouldn't let nobody bring no damn dope to my house neither, because I'd break their ass up. They wouldn't be seen again. But Linda, that woman there, every word comes out of her damn mouth is a liar. When I read that part about me shooting up my dad's pain pills, I didn't. You can get a hold of hospice, and they'll tell you that they were surprised at how much of my dad's pain medicine was left, because they said they normally don't get that. I took care of my dad, and I don't shoot dope. I don't even like a doctor to stick a needle in me.
Guess whose dad was so sick that David was stealing his morphine. He had his leg amputated and was dying, and David was taking his morphine. David. And his pain meds.
And now was David and Robert, were they abusive to their father, or?
I think David was abusive to his dad.
Yeah.
Robert didn't see his dad that much. I mean, David, well, the man, like I was telling you, he stunk so bad when he came into my house that we ate dinner. I couldn't stand it because I'm a nurse. And you know, they say cleanliness is next to godliness, and this man, I wanted to put him in my shower and scrub him myself and do his dressing. But
Insure your passion. Here's how to start a boat quote. Just go to progressive.com/boat. Then get protected.
I didn't know what was going on.
Right.
You know, on that
It
leg.
wasn't
So
your
I'm
place.
like, I'm
Right.
not gonna touch it because they could take my license away if I screwed something up.
Right.
You know, and Crystal says, Mom, can you do anything? I said, I can, Crystal, but I'm not going to. I said, Mama's nursing license means marker than screwing it up. I said, if I knew what the doctor's orders for to take care of that leg, yeah, I'd be happy to do it. I said, but I ain't got no doctor's orders to tell me how to take care of it. I ain't touching it. You need to call the visiting nurse and tell her about it. You and David both. David is his guardian. So you know what? David needs to get down on the phone and call him.
Like when I seen that about my prison record, I said, you know, there ain't nothing in that. All that shit's bought and paid for.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
And I learned a hard lesson. If I'd listened to my dad, I'd have been a hell of a lot better off. And I finally ended up listening to him because he told me, David, you got that shit started. You're the only one that can really stop it. You know what I mean? And it took me 2 minutes to lose my dad's respect and about 20 some odd years to get it back. Whenever I bought me and my dad a place over here right across the street from where I'm staying now. And, you know, me and my dad would go out every week, and I can't change what the past, but I can let him know that, you know, I'm doing a hell of a lot better than what I finally listened. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And
And I heard you.
whenever I come in from work, he was stuck in the garden on that little electric scooter I got him. Whenever he hugged my neck and told me he was right proud of me, you know, man, that was that was a moment I've been trying to get back to, you know.
Yeah. And Miss Linda said before your dad passed away that you had taken care of him.
For over a year, I didn't leave my house, and even the ladies at hospice when they started coming out, they said, you know, they hadn't seen this kind of love. I'm like, my dad should have shot my ass back in the day, and I couldn't have said a damn thing about it other than he was right, but he never turned his back on me, you know. And,
Yeah.
you know, but I never lied to him, you know. I mean, I never lied to him, you know. I ain't got nothing to lie. I was screwing up. I knew, you know, but you know, it's sad though that my brother Kenny in Florida, I borrowed $6,000 from him and paid him $9,000 back on the property over there, and he didn't sign my title over to me to the land like he was supposed to, him and Carrie. But while I was taking care of our dying father, he was trying to have us evicted off land that I honestly bought and paid for.
So,
You know, but
yeah.
she called the police. They were trying to get me to come up and get him recorded and stuff, you know, and I didn't really know what was going on, and you know, I was kind of freaked out, and I was, you know, kind of worried about my son, and I had her trying to take me back to court. She's called DCS more times and telling them more lies, but she called him up while Summer was missing, and told him that I tried buying the little girl and meth deal gone bad. Now that's fucked up. Whenever that little girl's missing, and you're gonna call up and tell a damn straight out lie, you know what I mean, and take investigators off of looking at that little girl to look at me where there ain't a damn thing at and waste precious time.
And have you been in contact? Have you been in contact with the DHS down there?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? Like I told you, I call them up. I said, I do that 800 number.
Mm-hmm.
I need somebody to go out and check my grandbabies. I said, they're both with a drug. One's a drug. He does drugs, and the other one abuses it, my grandson, and I just would like to know, because they won't let me see him, can you go and check and make sure they're okay? You know what they do? They call him up. Eric, I got another report on you. I got to come out and check little Eric. They're not supposed to do that. They're supposed to show up at school, at wherever the child is at, home or school. Okay, they're supposed to take the child without the father and take him and talk to him by himself and ask him how he's been.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen. They called David up, and you know how I know they called him? Because they brag about it, the friends I know down there. Oh, we got another complaint, child complaint. The caseworker just called me. She got to come out and check John.
Get online in minutes. Web.com's AI builder makes it easy. Simply tell us some info.
You know what? I'm going to tell you something, and I picked a lot of psych classes. Let me tell you something, and then you tell me what you think about this.
Okay.
David told me, well, you know, when I handed John his army man, he says, "Oh, Nan, I'm on my army man." I said, "Yeah, he told me you wanted to saw him." And I gave him these army men. David says he's got 1,000 of those things. He's got them all setting up with their guns pointing towards his bed. I'm like, my God, that's not just that statement. That tells me that baby is scared.
Yeah.
You know, he's got guns aiming towards his bed, so in case somebody hurts him.
She's mistreated the poor kids that she adopted in you know, in Ohio. As long as I've been out here on Beach Creek, I have never ever heard anyone say anything good about that woman or the way she treated them kids.
Okay, if you can't do the time, don't do the crime.
Right.
That's how I raised my kids. They had to
Right.
recite that for me, and then they had to tell me what it meant. And every time they messed up, it was either time out in the corner, in their room, or they wrote from a Bible.
Yes.
If they stole, if they lied, if they did anything, they had to write for me 100 times. And I didn't want I 100 times, will 100 times. I wanted written one sentence at a time. I told him, I said, if it's not done appropriately, you'll do it again. You know, because that was their punishment. You know, I had to go through hold therapy. You know what that is, where you hold a child and they have to tell you, look you straight in the eyes, and the therapist asks questions, and they have to tell you the answers to those questions. And you have to talk to them about it. So I did that for 8 weeks with Ernest. And Earl, we moved to Tennessee right when I adopted Earl, and they didn't believe in hold therapy down there. Tennessee don't believe in shit when it comes to kids. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But you know what?
So is Crystal adopted?
Crystal's adopted.
How old was she when you adopted her?
Just 5. Eric and David had the upper hand because they threatened her with putting them in children's services, put them in foster care. And when Crystal was first foster care, she went from one group home or one home to the other because of their behaviors. Nobody wanted them.
Yeah.
You know, so they went from one foster home to the other. They were mistreated, and you know, as a matter of fact, when she came into my house, she looked at me and she says, "Am I going to live here?" And I said, "Yeah." "For how long?" I said, "For how long?" I said, "For as long as you want." Crystal's adopted. April's adopted. Ernest and Earl. I adopted all my children.
And she makes herself out to be this holy roller. She's nothing. The reason she's in that damn paralyzed in that chair, she ate pain pills and wrecked a car. She, you know, I talked to Ernest, I think was with her, and he was so scared when he went up, wanted me to show me a scowl with everyone over there, and Crystal was trying to be nice to her, and I asked him what the real deal was. He said there weren't no other car coming. He said she was just messed up on them pills she took at Rick's, and she just wrecked.
The guy that hit me, I can't think of his name, but I know his face, and I know who he lives with. He lives with Vicky Dyke. That's her boyfriend. Okay, He hit me, and he come up to me when I was down there last year. He came up to me, and I looked at him, and he says, "You remember me?" I said, "Oh yeah, I remember you." That's all I said because there's a bunch of people around. And all I was thinking was, I remember you every time I want to get out of bed. Every day I want to take a shower and I can't do it. Every time I want a glass of water and I can't get to it. Yeah, I think of you. I think you every time I go to roll over at every floor I have on my bottom. I think of you.
I'm so
I forgive
sorry.
you for my accident and put me in a wheelchair, but you and me got to talk about what you did to me because you're still getting drunk. He got drunk down there, trashed the motorcycle that I was going to buy off of him. It was a Virago, and I have a Virago. I was going to bring it back to life. And he trashed his motorcycle. You want to know how I know? Because I made it home, and his girlfriend called me. "Can you tell me why your phone number's in my boyfriend's pocket?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "I was going to buy a Virago." And she said, "It ain't nothing but garbage now. He's in the hospital. You wrecked it." And that was 2 days after I got home. She calls me. He was in the hospital. He got trashed when I was down there. You know, and I told, like, I don't.
An elementary school teacher out of Wisconsin has just been arrested for allegedly making out with an 11-year-old student, and the apparent messages between the two shed even more light on this
Wish you knew how your cat was feeling? At the Tidy Cats Innovation Lab, we do. Presented
Trash when I was down there. You know, and I told, like, I don't know if you know Frances Dykes. What Frances and Chad is her husband. Okay, so Chad and the guy that hit me are best friends. So I tell Frances I know who hit me. So you know that she knows who hit me, who put me in my wheelchair. I said, and I told her, I said, you know, yesterday I texted her because I passed my driver. I was excited. I wanted everybody to know I passed my driver. I'm going to get in the damn car, you know?
Right.
So she told me, she said, I'm so happy for you. And she says, I knew it. And then I told her, I says, you know, I forgave the man that hit me. I forgive him for putting me in my wheelchair, but me and him are going to talk about every time how hard it is for me to do something. Every time I have to get out of bed, everything I have to do what he's done to me.
Yeah.
I said, you know, and I'm going to tell him, I'm going to say, just because I value my life and you don't do yours because you're drinking and drugging and not giving a shit about your life, you took my life away from me. You took my nursing, that was my heart.
No, is Ernest, I'm trying to think back. I think it was Earl, actually. Which one is her son that passed away?
Earl. But it was Ernest that was riding with her that morning. Earl didn't like her. She beat on Earl so bad. It's a miracle that he didn't kill her.
I don't have a ball joint, nothing there. My leg's free floating in there somewhere. But I was in the hospital having that done. I'm worried about my son because he always calls me on my birthday and Christmas. I don't care if he's mad or not. He say, Mom, happy birthday, or Mom, Merry Christmas.
This with your son, this was just last year?
Yeah, they found him last year. July, it was the first.
Okay, I guess I'm going to give commentary. You guys are really confused. Yes, I have a clip of Ziggy talking about it. I played it the other night. I'll play it again. Ziggy said she met with Haskell. She has a clip of her and Haskell talking, and that she got in a car with him and went to a riverbank. Sorry, I'm grinding my weed up. I am rolling one for all you haters. Yes, Haskell Rhines. That she went to the river to meet Chad. Chad is the same Chad that's seen Candace in Laura and Fred's driveway. The killer looks has been covering. So, yeah. He was with Frances Dykes. They are no longer together, the last I knew. I haven't checked in on these people in a long time. You guys have to realize that I don't know current situations. I know situations from like the end of 2022, beginning of 2023. And whatever's been put out by Ziggy and her bullshit. So anything they tell us, I don't know is true. However, K Crimes was on Ziggy's and said that Frances and Chad had a protection from abuse, and that's when Ziggy told us Haskell rode her to the riverbank to see Chad. My house is a little busy in the kitchen. We were all cooking dinner. My husband forgot butter or something. So he's going to the store to get it, and I don't know. I'm here. I'm live. I didn't know that or hear that. I missed first halves of yesterday. I'm going to have to re-listen. Don't worry, Crystal. I understand that things change, but this happened. That don't change. So you're on point. Right. There's just a lot of bullfuckery. Listen, I told you guys yesterday, I think there is shit that David said that concerns me. Okay? However, I don't think David did anything this summer. I think David is a scorned man by Dawn. Him and Candace remained friends. The little boy still came up and played with Summer. Candace and David were not sleeping together. It was mostly public when they met. And kids' activities. You hear him say she would pick me up and drive me to Kepler School for activities. The little boy was friends with the sons, the youngest son in particular. He played with Summer a lot. They would pick the kids up, drop the kids off. He has that baby in that house. He's been clean for many years. Regardless of what Miss Linda and Ziggy says, I believe David's been clean, and that might piss Miss Linda off. She gets angered easily. She was very mad at me when I took in that Amazon wish list for the baby because she said David will go and give the money back. I like Miss Linda, and I don't want to put these people down. I have feelings. I have thoughts. However, I don't want to give my feelings and thoughts. I want people to stay non-judgmental. I don't want nobody to go after David because even if he is guilty of anything, the police have talked to him several times. He's been asked to be wired. The reason he didn't wear the wire was because he was fighting custody for the baby. He didn't know what the hell was going on. He tells us he was home with his child when Summer went missing. He was sitting in his living room. He thought there was a police chase. I believe that. Do I feel David also lives by the no snitch code? Absolutely. I think a lot of people down there live like that, and that's what keeps the peace. You mind yours, I'll mind mine. That's my opinion. Like I said, nobody has to agree with me. There are things David says that are concerning. I addressed yesterday that I don't like the way he talks in front of the baby. However, I've gotten to know these people, and I don't think they had anything to do with Summer. They have their own problems, and a lot of them. Hold on, guys. Miss Linda's children were foster kids. Crystal actually had more siblings. Birth siblings. She couldn't take them in, but they keep in contact with them. She also has problems with the oldest son's. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Did you put his drops in?
No, you gotta do that. I gotta get to the.
Hold on, guys. I gotta put water cleaner in my Beta's tank. My husband just cleaned the tank. 14. Here, just put them in.
How many are in?
I'm live. 14. Okay. Sorry, guys. Right. Not Earl Taylor. Yeah. Listen. I think David cares deeply about Summer, and we hear little Johnny talking. The PIs, Dawn and Candace, even though regardless of all their fights, they were allowing David up on that hill to feed them dogs. They got one of their dogs from Candace. I mean, it's just a history. Those are the Wells friends. These are people that have been, regardless of what they say, you can put the timeline together, you can listen. Crystal says things David won't say, like Candace gave the boy a joint, he put it in the ashtray, picked it up. I believe that. I don't mean to down Dawn and Candace, but we've heard Dudley say it. We've heard other people say it. We see that she didn't mind Hunter drinking a beer. I believe Crystal. I think David wouldn't snitch, even though him and Dawn don't like each other because Dawn slept with his woman. I don't think David's just not a snitch when it comes to that. But I think when it comes to Summer, I think he would say something. Because Fred's lying, innocent. Fred is lying. That's why. It's not Earl Taylor. I showed you. There's obituaries. They have the family's name in the obituaries. You can read them. Their names are in the obituaries with their real names, with the family, with whose sister, whose brother. It's not Earl Taylor. This family, damn it. This family's not even from, sorry guys, I dropped. This family's not even from Tennessee. They're from Ohio. She adopted her children in Ohio. David, I'm sorry, I don't mean to yell, innocent. It's just frustrating trying to point it out when there's already proof out there. Like, you can look it up. It says mother, Linda Fiziozzo, or whatever her name is. Brothers, Ernest. There's a Chris in there. There's other brothers and sisters that are not adopted by Linda that are their real brothers and sisters. Now, back to Linda and the adoptions. If you listen further into the videos, Linda seems to like to adopt kids. She fights with Crystal's oldest baby's dad about the same things. So, I was watching her replay in chat. That's why I said something last night. Everything Ziggy put out last night is a lie. Fred denying that was a different Earl is wrong. He knows who these people are, and that's what's frustrating me. He knows damn well. That crossed my mind early on, Running Bear. What did Running Bear say? Mishu. Fred Hill is the only one who left the hauler that day hauling junk cars. Yep. She's right about that. Where did he drop that escort off? That's what I want to know. He says that tow yard. Laura says the name of it. I'm going to have to grab it and call it one day. I don't mean to yell. I'm sorry, innocent. I just get so frustrated with this because it's like I've been pointing it out and putting it out and putting it out, and nobody even wanted to look at it to put it together or try to understand it. They've been swinging out these names forever with wrong information. And that's what I've been trying to do is put out, stop the fires. I'm trying. It is not Earl Taylor. 100% not Earl Taylor. Sorry, I'm banging and stuff over here. Like, they're not even from Tennessee. They moved to Tennessee. Miss Linda tells the story. She wanted her kids to have horses. And, I mean, she loved her kids, but, you know, like hold therapy. And she was really into the adoption scene and foster scene. And so is the oldest son, Crystal's oldest son's family, according to Miss Linda. And I believe her. I do find Miss Linda to be a little more truthful than David because I believe David lives by the no snitch code. And I don't even think that that comes from Beach Creek. I think that comes from his crimes in North Carolina and Florida because he had a lot of them, you know? But he has straightened, as far as I seen, he has straightened his life out. Does he pop pills and stuff like Miss Linda says? I don't know. I can't confirm that. I don't know these people in real life. I can just show you what they said, you know, and ask you not to harass them because there is a child and there is somebody who's prone to overdosing. That's a concern for me, no matter what the situation. And she's thrown in the middle of it because she's not really fighting for her kids, but David and Linda have been battling since prior to Summer going missing. This has been going on for years and years. It's nothing new. Yeah, Running Bear. I think it's a little more than that. I still want to know who Fred's friend Jamie is. What happened with that accident? It's in my videos. I can't remember the whole story. I can't remember who exactly it was. So I'm going to have to go back and listen. It's in there. I feel like I don't want to put out misinformation. I don't remember. So regardless if we're going to listen to these videos, you know what? Let's go back and listen to video 2. How about if I stop after every video and we'll commentate? I'll commentate a little bit, but just so you can get a feeling of the whole video. Running Bear, I never heard the scrapyard was burned down. Can you tell me where you heard that? I'd like to know that. I've heard their mountain was burned down and their supplies for the house that they were getting ready to build. All right, let's go into video 2 and then I'll stop and then we'll do video 3. I just want to get the Ziggy stuff.
Trash when I was down there. You know, and I told, like, I don't know if you know Frances Dykes. What Frances and Chad is her husband. Okay, so Chad and the guy that hit me are best friends. So I tell Frances I know who hit me. So you know that she knows who hit me, who put me in my wheelchair. I said, and I told her, I said, you know, yesterday I texted her because I passed my driver. I was excited. I wanted everybody to know I passed my driver's. I'm going to get in the damn car, you know?
Right.
So she called me. She said, I'm so happy for you. And she says, I knew it. And then I told her, I says, you know, I forgave the man that hit me. I forgive him for putting me in my wheelchair, but me and him are going to talk about every time how hard it is for me to do something. Every time I have to get out of bed, everything I have to do, what he's done to me.
Yeah.
I said, you know, and I'm going to tell him, I'm going to say, just because I value my life and you don't do yours because you're drinking and drugging and not giving a shit about your life, you took my life away from me. You took my nursing, that was my heart.
No, is Ernest, I'm trying to think back. I think it was Earl, actually. Which one is her son that passed away?
Earl. But it was Ernest that was riding with her that morning. Earl didn't like her. She beat on Earl so bad. It's a miracle that he didn't kill her.
I don't have a ball joint, nothing there. My leg's free floating in there somewhere. But I was in the hospital having that done. I'm worried about my son because he always calls me on my birthday and Christmas. I don't care if he's mad or not. He say, Mom, happy birthday, or Mom, Merry Christmas.
This with your son, this was just last year?
Yeah, they found him last year. July, it was the first Friday in July. They called me. I was at dialysis. I was on dialysis. and they called me. I was losing it. I was hooked up, had these tubes coming out of my chest and blood going in and out, and I'm like, I'm losing it. What do you mean my son's dead?
Oh my goodness.
You know, and he says, man, we're not sure. We're investigating. And I said, well, you know, and I told him about my son. I called him and I told him, I said, that's my son. Yeah, he was my baby boy. I got him when he was three going on 4. My doctor had to put me on Xanax when Earl died. I couldn't handle it. I was losing it. I don't know if you've ever heard this song. It's my son, and it tells, you know, he's not my blood. He doesn't have my last name, but he's my son. I played that at Earl's Celebration of Life, and I had a CD made up of all these different songs. There were 6 of them, so I put together Earl's. When he passed away, I put together, like, I had this pet butterfly paper, and I wrote this verse that I found. I have to read it to you. I have to find it. I forgot it. But I wrote it down to all of his half brothers and sisters, and I made sure that they all got a copy of it. And then I made a CD. I copied the CD that I had with it, and I sent it to all of them. Yeah, Earl was my baby.
I'm so sorry for your loss. Do they know what happened to him?
And they just told me he was killed.
And they never followed up on it?
I found out, I did an investigation because Earl lived with this woman. Her name was Lynn, and she was helping me get information. She found out where he was living at, who he was living with. I have all this information. I have it.
I want to unmute here. I know I said we'd listen through this all the way through, but I think it was Innocent. I could be wrong. Somebody was asking me in the comment section about why she wouldn't know he was at their park. So hold on. I want to share another screen with you guys. Let me come back and see if you could see it. Okay. Hold on. I'm not going to read this. I just want to show you something. Let me come back and see if you could see it. Posted January 9th, 2023. I had my conversation with her at the end of November 2021. At this point, they were still looking for her son. This woman told her that her son was living in Seguinsville. She didn't know where Earl was. He would visit with Crystal once in a blue moon. He was, I'm going to say, I think, autistic. He had a lot of mental issues. Who's Les? I didn't say Les. But anyway, so when I had spoken to her, they had not yet found her son. She was calling around to the police stations that she thought he lived at, looking for him for, I think it was like 2 years prior to them finding him. He was gone a very long time. His story is a lot like Jason Arnold's, in my opinion. Douglas Lake on the way to Knoxville, I think. Yeah. So this article states that he was from Knoxville. We don't know that. I don't believe that. She thought he lived in Seguinsville. That was the last time, and she explains that. So I just want people to see that this article came out after I had spoken to Linda. She didn't have answers at the time I spoke to her, just that they thought that they found his body. There needed to be a DNA comparison, and they didn't get the DNA back until 2023. There was a lot of confusion because of the adoption. He was, yeah. TBI dropped the ball. Yeah, it took a long time to get the DNA comparison to him, and she was just like looking for him for a long time. And then they called her and said, I guess, I don't know. That kind of don't make sense. But I don't know. I just know she was looking for him, and this article come out, and there was a ton of confusion because of his adoption. They had found people in his birth family instead of his adopted family because they ran DNA. Yeah, he went missing in 2019. I believe they found him in 2021, but there was a lot of confusion. Okay, let's go back to my video. I can click out of this now. And they never followed up on it?
I found out, I did an investigation because Earl is with this woman, her name was Lynn, and she was helping me get information. She found out where he was living at, who he was living with. I have all this information. I have it copied on my phone so I could show the detective. I'm going to go print it off, and show the detectives because they want me to meet with them. They will not release his coroner's report.
And did this happen in Rogersville, or was it in another area?
Simonesville.
I mean, the way she beat him, because he had some severe, mental issues, and it's just crazy. And I heard her tell Crystal that the only thing that they ever were to her was a damn check.
So what do they do for money? Does Robert work?
Robert? Oh, I think he's probably getting Social Security too. And I know David is. It took David 7 years to get it.
So neither of them work, and they just...
David works on the side. And when I was down there, Crystal would come down every couple of days, because I lived on Webster Valley and she was on Beach Creek, And that's when they were moving they moved into this mobile home. Because I kicked them out of my house.
Yeah.
You're pigs. All you had to do was cut the grass and keep it clean. My house was so infested with fleas, it cost me $1,000 to get rid of the fleas in it. My brother-in-law walked into my house. My new carpeting that I just laid before, because I was getting ready to sell it. That one had so much stains on it. And Malcolm walked in and on the carpet, and he had tube socks on. And he says his tube socks were covered black with fleas. Yeah. And the baby, Darla went back and looked at the baby, and the baby was chewing on the headrail or the rails of the crib. And he was laying on a cut-up bed. And my sister was living. She says, you put that baby in that truck, and I'll take him on. Me and your mom will raise him. And David says, no, you ain't getting my paycheck.
This is probably you, but be talking about me ain't nothing but damn lies. You know what I mean? That's sad. You know what I mean?
Right. I think, a lot of people, the main thing is a lot of people are just really concerned about Summer.
Oh, yeah, I am too. I mean, if I knew, whenever they come back on me and from a couple of days trying to get me to go up there and record Donnie, to them coming back and accusing me of, trying to buy her on a meth deal going bad, I held both of them on. I said, here, take me to the son of a bitch that told you that. You put us in the same cell, and I guarantee you, I'll get the truth for you. But when you hear the truth, I'm going to snap the fucker's neck, and I'm going to tell you like Perry Mason, case closed, and that's that. And I want the hell go home. You know?
Yeah.
I said, I don't play that bullshit, man. You know?
That's
Hell,
what-
I've been accused of damn, being a pedophile, a kidnapper, and every damn thing else, and it ain't nothing but a damn bunch of lies, you know?
Well, and I'm, that's good that I'm able to get your side out there and you can dispute what has been said, because she's in jail now, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Do you know
Got it. She was her new boyfriend, Ray. He seemed like he was a nice guy, and he called me up the other night. And I don't even know why he called me. I'm done. I want to tell you, it's over. I'm done. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I gave that woman more chances than I should have gave anybody, just to try to keep her in this young man's life. Because like I told him, I said, we'll try something, but I'm gonna tell you this. I said, I asked him, and he was only 4 then. I said, do you want me to tell you the truth, or do you want me to tell you a lie? He said, Dad, just be honest with me. And I said, we're going to put 110% in it, but I wouldn't hold your breath on it, because from experience, people that's like that, because I've been there, I know, I've seen it, I've seen too damn much of that shit, and it's just crazy. I said, we'll put 110% in it, but don't get your hopes up. I said, we'll do our part, but I'm going to tell you straight up, I don't believe she's going to do her part. And of course, within a week, she was back out doing the same stuff, running around with Donald Bernard and whoever in the hell.
Save money with Snapshot ProView. Instant savings on your commercial auto insurance and vehicle.
I think that's the one that got her started on that crap. Because while I was out trying to make some extra money for, and I was going through Hep C treatments and everything else, come up here raising hell because I want to know Linda's address and stuff. I didn't know it, because all the crap that she put out there mentioning his name, and he didn't even have nothing to do with Crystal or nothing,
Yeah.
So he was going.
So this Donald Bernard was very, very upset after Miss Linda did my interview. So you know what that tells me? That people in Beach Creek are listening.
Try to get an attorney to jump on her ass if he gets in sewer, trying to and fighting for my disability, just had a kid, just lost my house, just lost my dad, I let my business go. You know what I mean?
I'm not trying to accuse anybody, but man, you guys have a lot of crime down there. It's so beautiful there, the countryside, the land. And when you look up the crime and the drugs, it's just sad,
I know. See, I didn't even know the area whenever I bought this house. I just seen something that I knew I could afford and fix up for me and my dad. You know what I mean? And the lady that used to live here in the house I'm living in, I'm living right across the street from where my old house used to be. She brought me up vegetables out of her garden and a home baked cake and welcomed me to the neighborhood. I've never had that feeling before. You know what I mean? I thought I finally landed where I was supposed to be. I didn't know about none of this other crap, I mean, I heard there was moonshiners and stuff like that around. They were kind of clannish, and I'm like, dude, I ain't been to the penitentiary 4 or 5 times because I really gave much. All I wanted out of my life was a quiet country existence, good running truck, good working fishing boat, have a few good friends, be nice to everybody you can, and just go enjoy these beautiful hills. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and
That's
you
the only
do.
thing I wanted.
You do have some good friends because I got attacked. You definitely do. I definitely got some hate-filled comments from your friends. And it's just that first off, like I said, I really want to apologize to you because I know that looks bad, but I'm going to tell you how I felt about it. When you see there's a little girl missing and you have ties to them, and then you have a niece with a brother that has a missing child. All of this, they block everything I write now. So I'm starting to figure out what that is. YouTube rejected your comment. Killer Looks has covered these people extensively. This set of people. A very good channel to watch for some of the connections here. I've tried to reach out to him several times and show him these videos. I get ignored because my research is all wrong. Everything I do is wrong, but okay. It just looks bad.
I was going through so much at that time, you know, between Crystal, Linda's bull crap, and still.
Running Beard's been done several times. I've posted proof of it. Jody Sue and I had a fight over because I accidentally put a wrong letter in my first email. It has been everything I know has been turned in. This is years of research that people have not allowed me to get out. I have not been able to talk about this. I get stopped. I get sued. It started early on, and I really believe it's because of Linda's interview. I think Linda told me something they didn't want me to know. Maybe I'm crazy. I don't know. But, okay, we'll go back to this.
Just still fuming over, look, my brother doing me like that, trying to, they screwed our dad, our dad out of his last vacation I had planned for him because I took my income tax money and he wanted to go to Black Mountain where we used to camp as kids and stuff. And I had us a cabin all set up and I had to go get my money I put down on the cabin to go hire an attorney to fight for land that I honestly bought and paid for. So I didn't even get to take my dying dad on his last vacation, and that. If it weren't for my dad making me promise him I wouldn't drive to Florida and shoot my own brother and my sister-in-law, they wouldn't be living right now. And I wouldn't be here right now because I'd probably be in prison.
His brother wanted to give to him, but his wife said, oh, hell no, he'll pay me for it.
Yeah.
Because I guess they got into a big fight, Robert and a brother, that has the house. And she said, I ain't giving him nothing.
I mean, we get angry at our
That's
families.
how I was feeling at the time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I sold every gun that I had. I had I like to hunt a little bit and I like shooting guns. I ain't much of a hunter. My brother Robert's the biggest hunter. I'm more of a fisherman. But I'd go out in the woods just with them and, get out and enjoy it. But I was so messed up in the head, man. I had to sell every gun that I owned to stop from going to Florida. Because when I stayed up 3 days with my dad and I just laid down and Crystal was helping me out. That was the Crystal I knew. And no sooner than I laid down, he had another seizure. And, I don't know, man, just something inside of me snapped, under all that pressure. And, you're feeling so damn sad because you can't do nothing for your dad.
Actually, with these interviews, I can prove I turned it in. Because he says it, and I apologize to him. I apologize to him for turning it in. He tells you the TBI came to him because of what I turned in.
Dad or nothing, you're just watching him die, and you got your brother you've always helped out and done stuff for, and I bought the land. I gave him $3,000 extra and paid him off a year and a half earlier, and they're going to screw your dad out of his last vacation and try to take my land and everything else. You know what I mean?
Look, all the shit they've been saying that I don't turn in. The proof has been there the whole time. I had to apologize to this guy for sending the TBI to his house. For turning him in for having a runaway niece. Please know that. My receipts have been out there the whole time.
Shop the latest kids' shoes from Nike, Crocs, and more at Famous Footwear.
I don't know nothing about that. I was living in Carolina. I didn't know she was missing for over a year until I seen her on Missing. Her brother was a real bad crackhead, and she started smoking, shooting coke back in the day. And I remember Adam, I talked to her brother every now and again, but, they would come over as little kids, and David, we're hungry.
Okay, so their land fight is different than the land fight in Ben Hill. It isn't really family that lives in Tennessee that he's fighting. It's a brother that lives in Florida that won't give it to David because he feels David is irresponsible. So that's what that is. That's a whole different fight. Now, Robert Britt owns land there. The father had land. Robert Britt bought Linda's land. She brags about it and says, yeah, I got a big fat paycheck when he bought it. Better to be safe than sorry. Yeah. Why am I a jerk? But their fight with land is with a man in Tennessee. The father passed away and the brother doesn't think David's responsible. So it's a different kind of land fight. It's not the same as Ben Hill. We've lived here forever. Because you have to remember, these are the out-of-staters. They're also not original Beach Creekers. Okay, hold on.
I don't know nothing about that. I was living in Carolina. I didn't know she was missing for over a year until I seen her on Missing. Her brother was a real bad crackhead, and she started smoking, shooting coke back in the day. And I remember Adam, I talked to her brother every now and again, but they would come over as little kids, and David, we're hungry. Mom spent all of our food money on coke or dope, and I feed them. I mean, I don't know why somebody didn't do something beforehand, about that situation, but it was a lot different back, I was friends with Summer. I mean, Summer, John was good friends with all of her brothers. And she used to follow John around whenever we'd go up. I'd let him go up and, spend some time with them to play and stuff. And, she'd always took him because she would always say, John's my boyfriend. I mean, just to see him turn blush red,
Aww.
I mean, she's a sweet little girl.
Mother's Day is on sale at Michael's. Score up to 60% off gifts and DIY supplies to make Mom's Day.
Meet the Shark Smooth Style, the everyday hot air brush. It's the ultimate 2-in-1 tool for full body blowouts with
Did David or Robert buy property from you?
David did, or Robert did.
Oh, he did?
He bought that mobile home next to Beach Creek. Like I told you, it's less than half an acre of land, less than. And his attorney, he says, you got over like a fat dog, didn't you? Yeah, I did. I said, I told him I didn't want to sell it. If he wants to buy it bad enough, he going to pay for it, right?
Right.
I want cash. I want cash. I don't want no bank drafts or anything. I want CASH, cash.
What do you think about that ranch that's behind your property? The new ranch that just got put in.
Where at?
I guess it's more like behind Linda's property. There's a ranch with horses, and I'm trying to think of the name of it. It's like a resort, but they only want adults there. I've spoken to the people that own it that are actually from Utah.
I didn't even know nothing about that, to be honest with you. I mean, I've seen some newer people out here, but I ain't gotten into nobody's business.
Yeah.
I just stay to myself, and I got a few good friends out here.
I wonder what they feel about that. Because like I said, that ranch moved behind. They bought all the woods that were behind your properties.
Well,
Like
my
100.
property went back to the next road, the back road.
Yes, and that right there. So, which property was yours? Do you remember
Mine,
the address?
Mine was 3163 Beach Creek Road. That was my
Yes.
house.
Okay, so that's the one.
I
Okay.
had the mobile home was next to it. I think it's
3191.
Nope, that's where David's living at now.
Okay. And that was his dad's property then.
Right.
Okay. So Robert bought your property. Boy, I had that all wrong. I thought maybe you had left your property to David and Crystal.
Oh, hell no.
Here and my neighbor Leroy up the road, he knows Linda way longer than I did, and even Crystal, he knew Crystal when she was, like 4 years old, because he helped them get down to Jonesboro, out here in Tennessee, and he said, man, that's one of the piss poorest women there ever was.
So that confirms that this guy Leroy helped them move. He's an old man. He doesn't live in that area, but he was friends with Crystal's mother from Ohio, and he helped them move from Ohio to Jonesboro. They then moved from Jonesboro to Beach Creek, where she bought her land and the gas station. So I guess Leroy is from Tennessee, but the Jonesboro area. Okay, hold on. I don't know who Leroy is. I never looked into it.
Because he was in court with Linda whenever she was supposed to. I think they got Earl. The last one they got was Earl. And she was supposed to set all them kids up a trust fund and all that, what she was court ordered to do in Ohio. But he's even known Crystal, since she was a kid, and he don't even want Crystal around his house. He said, man, if you ever tell her, don't even come by or bother with me no more. Because she asked him for a ride one day and asked to borrow some money from him. Being the guy he was, he was nice enough and didn't know nothing, but come to find out, he found out that she had borrowed money from him and had him to run her up to some place to buy drugs. And boy, I tell you what, that was a straw that broke the camel's back. He said, David, I ain't into all that shit. I thought I was.
So this is an older man, a family friend from Ohio that years prior helped Linda get to Ohio when Crystal was 5 years old. Okay. And after she adopted, no, it would have had to be after Earl. I'm sure David got it wrong. He probably doesn't remember everything exactly correct. But this guy helped her move to Tennessee and stuck around. He was friends with Linda, and he would help them. And when he found out Crystal was doing drugs and had her drive somewhere to get drugs, it was a complete cutoff. He no longer gave Crystal money and rides. Good man.
Was doing her a favor, that she was hungry and stuff. She went up and told him a bunch of lies. She plays people,
So does you guys have a lot of family in Tennessee then, right?
No. I was the only one down there in my family.
Oh.
I guess my kids down there, my grandbabies.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it was my decision to move. Well, not mine, but the kids wanted to move. And I thought, if it's going to make a difference in my children's life, I'll have to try. It cost me $2,000 to move down there. I sold my house up here, bought another one. But, I did good. I did good.
I mean, and he don't want nothing to do with her. And like I say, I've never, even Miss Benton, the lady that lived here, she's just a good old Christian woman, and she never said something good about her,
Yeah. Do you know, did Crystal actually live with Dawn and Candace?
Yeah, they were up there she was up there for a while, off and on several times. And I guess once she slept with Donnie, that was, what ended that. But Candace and Donnie tried helping her out, but, I didn't know what and all they do. I know they drank too much. I didn't go out with them or nothing like that. Anytime we went up, it was just to go visit for a little bit and come back,
Okay. she told me about some friends that she was staying with because David kicked her out and they were helping her.
Yes, that would be the Wills.
And I said, well, I said, you make sure you say.
Yes, Birdie, this is a whole different Linda. I can't pronounce her last name or spell it. That's why I had such a hard time yesterday. Linda Pizzifizio or something. I just shared the obituary. This is not the same Linda as the one that sued me. You might be right, Karen. He is a nice guy. He's always been nice to me. I just was ignored. People didn't want to hear what I was putting out there and saying, and they were just, Jody Sue, Jody Sue, Jody Sue. Well, you know what? Dawn's pointing at Fred. I'm going where Dawn's pointing. I had to find out whose friends were whose. Yeah. Pizzo Ferrito. Sounds like Italian and Mexican put together, right? A burrito, a pizza. Is Crystal friends with Marlena? I don't know. I didn't ask her that because at the point of my interview with her and Linda, it was still very early on in the case and we didn't know much about Marlena. Your power put at Crystal. We're getting ready for storms. I hope it ain't getting ready to storm here. Hold on, let me look at my... It says mostly cloudy. Humidity 94. Hold on, guys. 65. The skies will be mostly cloudy. Nope, no rain for us till Thursday. We get a break. Yay, you gotta go to work. Well, it's gonna rain at 3 p.m. on Thursday. That's it. All right, let me click out of that. I hope you guys get through the storms. You guys have more dangerous storms than we do. We get the snow up here. Ice. Like I said the other day, we get a lot of ice where I live. No, my power ain't out. Somebody was saying that it was storming where they were. And I said, I like the storms. I just don't like when my power goes out because when the wind blows, it goes out here all the time. It's so bad. We live in a valley and there's lots of trees and woods by me where I live, and it always hits the power line. And another thing, I have like a main highway that has a breaker, or like, what do they call them, Earl? No, not when it gets flooded. What are the hell them things called? Transformer. They have the transformers down there. And there's always wrecks on this road. It's actually where the tree fell on my son. But it knocks the power lines down up here. It's so horrible. I got a big storm passing over me as well in about an hour. Be safe, guys. Oh, Lord. Okay, let's continue this video. I wasn't supposed to give no commentary. I screwed all that up. I got a big mouth, don't I? Okay, hold on.
Thank them and stuff. And she says, oh, Mama, she says, I help. And I said, okay.
But I understand Candace and Crystal were really good friends at one point.
Yeah, I can remember her talking about Candace, you know.
Did Crystal actually live with Dawn and Candace?
Yeah, they were up there for she was up there for a while, off and on several times. And I guess once she slept with Donnie, that was, what ended that. But Candace and Donnie tried helping her out, but, I didn't know what and all they do. I know they drank too much. I didn't go out with them or nothing like that. Anytime we went up, it was just to go visit for a little bit and come back,
Yeah, the reason I ask is because Crystal told me that she had, seeing Candace and Dawn allowing the kids to smoke weed. Like Candace would leave a joint in the ashtray and one of the children would pick it up, would pick the joint up and smoke it, and Candace would allow it. She would leave it there, and that Crystal had witnessed this. Have you ever witnessed anything like that?
No, I hadn't sit there and done. I don't do nothing like that in front of youngin', you know.
Do you know?
I
Have
mean,
you ever?
That was probably one of them nights that they were sitting up there partying or whatever. You know what I mean? While I was sitting there taking care of John, I couldn't. I mean, honestly, I couldn't tell you that I'd seen it. You know what I mean? Because I hadn't.
Yeah. Well, she told me that night in particular, she wasn't there long. That she had just stopped by to smoke with Candace because one of them had called each other and said that they were going to smoke with her, and she went up to smoke. And Candace had left the thing in the ashtray for the boy to grab.
I couldn't tell you nothing on that, hon. I weren't there. You know, I don't get involved in nothing like that. And like I say, I like them, you know, to a point, but, you know, as far as, you know, associating, like I'm going up there every day, you know, it was mainly for the kids. You know, Candace was a nice girl, I thought. You know, I didn't shoot her business. She's always treated me and John nice, you know what I mean? I never done nothing out of the way in front of me or him, you know what I mean? I guess they knew I didn't like that shit or I wouldn't put up with it.
Have you ever seen Dawn and Candace abuse the kids?
I've seen them holler too much when they were drunk, you know, and, you know, my dad, after mom died, he drank too much. I know that feeling, but, you know, I think alcohol was one of their biggest problems, you know, because you know how you get when you get drunk, you know?
Yeah.
You get stupid, but,
You've never seen them hit the kids though?
No, I've never seen no physical violence myself.
Okay. Well, that's good.
I've seen them holler, you know, at them. And even John, he just said that he's never seen them being hit or struck by Donnie or Candace.
Do you know about Dawn and Candace using drugs at all?
I just knew that they drank and burned a little bit of weed. About all I knew about them.
I love this question. Let me show you. Okay, so first you're gonna find the Stitch Fix styling quiz to send you pieces you're gonna love.
I mean, you know, I weren't up there partying with them. You know, I'd stop up and, you know, like I say, I didn't do nothing with them.
Yeah.
Mostly, you know, she might call her, hey, why don't you bring John up, let him play with the kids, and, you know.
I'm going to pause for that. Actually, I'm wrong, Lady R. I was 11, but it wasn't with my mom. Two friends of mine. Listen, I was a bad fucking kid, okay? My mom was absent. She was there, but absent, okay? And, I had gone with two of my friends. Their parents smoked pot. My parents smoked pot. We knew it. They didn't hide anything, you know. This is the 80s, 90s, early 70s, you know, late 70s, 80s. I'm going to say it was the 80s. 70, yeah, 80, 88. And a couple of friends of mine, we walked up the hill to their house. It was a long walk. It's like a 3-mile walk, right? The Gribshaws, that's their names. And we stole all their parents' plants growing in the woods. They weren't home. We didn't think they were going to be home for hours. And we put them in the oven. Somebody told us how to do it. We put it in the oven, dried it out, and the parents walk in and bust us. We didn't even get to smoke it. They take me home to my mom. She's all fucked up. And she's like, oh, you want to smoke weed? So she rolls the joint and we smoked. Not everybody's kosher. Nobody's perfect. I'm not saying it's right. It's not something I would do with my children. But it does happen. Me too, Lady R, but a little differently. It was differently. We weren't from the country. We were from the city. I lived in Pittsburgh almost my whole life. My dad down in Miami. The fast life. I told you guys, my dad used to traffic drugs. He trafficked coke. He used to drive the prostitutes around with us in the car. Hard life. We had a chance at a good life. My dad had a settlement from a lawsuit. He was in a snowplow wreck. He's had 2 wrecks. When he passed away, he probably should have been wearing a tinfoil hat. Lots of drugs. Oxford, Connecticut. Oh, man. I got stuck in a Connecticut airport one time. I was flying to Boston. Hold on, guys. Let me mute. I want to ask my husband something. Okay. Hey, Gray Gigi. But we were flying and my son was accepted for this. Listen. He had a Make-A-Wish one time. He had this Jamie's Dream Team here in McKeesport one time. He's a heart transplant. Things like that happen for them kids, and I'm glad he's gotten all of his experiences. But we had gotten a trip up to Camp Sunshine. It's awesome. If you ever want to donate, they take every week a kid for like kids for cancer, kids for hearts. It's up in Maine. It's beautiful. But we were going there and they put us on the smallest airplane I ever been on in my life. The thing shook the whole time there. It was foggy when we get to Boston. The plane's getting ready to land. You can see the ground through the fog. But then the airplane starts taking off again up in the sky. I swear to God, this is a real story. The plane starts taking off again up in the sky. When we get on this plane here in Pittsburgh, it wouldn't start up at first, right? They finally get it to start up. So we finally land in Connecticut. We were stuck for hours. When we're getting ready to reboard the plane to go to Boston, and it's literally like a 20-minute fly. It's not even far. I wouldn't even say 20 minutes, maybe 10. Okay? So when we land in Boston, when we get back on the plane to go back to Boston, the freaking pilot gets on the thing and says, at least we have gas this time. We filled up. I feel like there wasn't enough gas in that airplane and we almost died. I was scared, and I'm scared to ever fly again, and that's why I haven't been back to Miami in years. That was the scariest, and I've been on a plane a lot because I used to travel from Pittsburgh to Miami. My grandmother would pay for me to go down and see my dad. And yeah, never, that plane was so small. Never again. Okay, let me put these videos back on.
I'd go up there and just visit, trying to be a good friend and good neighbor, and just, and plus, there's not a whole lot of kids out here, you know what I mean? So, like today, it's just been me and John around the house, recuperating from a spider bite.
He probably misses summers. He's probably so confused.
Every time that he sees that poster, man, I can see a light kind of go out in him. I hope they find summer. I mean, it's ate him up and hurt him, and then it kills me to see him hurting like that, and it also pisses me off that there's someone out here snatching kids, and since that happened, I mean, I won't let him out of my. I mean, I was always like, a Papa Bear standing over the back of his little one, But now that it happened, it's a whole lot worse. You know what I mean? I mean, I just won't, I almost just want to tote a shotgun around with me when I'm out. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So you believe that Summer was abducted then?
Someone's got to know something. I mean, dang, the little girl, and even John told me, I asked him if she ever wandered off by herself And he said, no, not without her brothers. If her brothers weren't there, you know, she wouldn't do that, Dad.
Yeah, that's true. But when Kansas was missing, when we got home, and it was nighttime, but when someone came down to our house and said someone was missing, when we went to Kansas' house the other day, he said she wandered off by the driveway.
Yeah.
No one's seen her last.
John says she ain't never, I mean, because they'd go out and run around in the woods, you know, or, you know, how kids are.
Yeah, but she never leaves.
And he said that, Summer was always with the boys. She wouldn't just go wander off by herself.
Yeah, well, that was my next question, because Crystal had also told me that she would see the kids wander down on the beach creek. And I was going to ask you, have you ever seen Summer wander off? So you answered that for me. I didn't even have to ask.
No, I even asked John because I was trying to figure out, you know, something,
Maybe. Is there another name? I think it was Bradley. It might have been another one. I don't know, Black Cat, but that was one airplane trip that took the life out of me. Okay.
just so devastating, you know what I mean?
But
the
only time she wandered off was with me, both of the brothers, or all of us.
You know, and every time we were there, them 4 kids was out playing together.
And that's what's sad, because not only is Summer gone now, but the boys aren't there. Aw, John, I'm so sorry that your friend cannot be found.
Yeah, no.
I think it was Bradley. Tweed doesn't sound familiar. And it was a small airport, though, like compared to Pittsburgh International. Our airport's huge. And if you ever go down to Atlanta, holy shit, you have like 2 seconds to get to any. Awful. I hate airports. I hate airplanes now. Keep praying, baby, because answers are coming. So, can I ask you, have you ever been on drugs?
Yeah, back in the day, I was on cocaine back in that.
I am just as bad as David. I'm going to apologize for that question right there. He was very honest with me, but his son just got done talking to me, and I said that. I wasn't even thinking. That was my mouth. That's the way I blurt shit out. It happens. See how it happens? That was very dumb of me to ask him that right there. But I'm a blunt person, and I wasn't thinking.
'70s early, you know.
Well, that was the reason I'm asking you is because
a lifetime ago. You know what I mean? But
that's what I said.
The last time I got my butt out of trouble, I made 2 decisions. I had a decision to make. I'm either going to put a bullet in my head or I'm going to get my life right. And I don't like eating lead. And I've been cleaning ever since '85. You know.
Yeah, that's what I seen in your records. What's up? And I seen that you do have charges from Florida to North Carolina, but when you got to Tennessee, you and your brother Robert have been on the up and up since coming to Tennessee.
Yeah, I quit all that stupid shit. Ever since my mom passed when I was 5 years old on Christmas Day, I think it just kind of screwed me up. You know, my life went from being pretty good to just downright shitty. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I guess I don't know, man. I just had a real bad attitude, and it seemed like it got worse as I got bigger. And
She used to call me, and I used to send her and David money until I figured out what they were doing. Okay, this is what happened. Crystal, when she got pregnant, she didn't even know she was pregnant. She did not even know she was pregnant. She went in to see her doctor because she wasn't feeling good, and the doctor told her, "You're in labor. I want you in that hospital." She had nothing for that baby. They were living in a car. They found a car seat on the side of the road. That is all she had. So, Mom, being Mom, I call, get the baby a bed. I call and get her everything like wipes, diapers, clothes, first rattles, first everything you need to check a baby temperature and all this. I ordered that all from Walmart, had it delivered to my house. I let him live in my house because I was going to put it up for sale on Beach Creek.
Right.
All David had to do, it had new carpeting in the den, and my house was beautiful. I mean, I was getting ready to sell it. I let David and Crystal live in there. They lived there for about 6 months. Well, they didn't pay the electric bill because that's all they had to do is pay the freaking electric bill and cut the grass. Well, he didn't want to cut the grass, and it cost me $100 a week to have somebody come out. Well, not $100 a week. She charged me $200 a month, so that's like $50 a week. So it cost me $200 a month to have my grass cut. Because he was too damn lazy to get out that broken recliner that he was in with a fan on his ass, and I had air conditioning in that house. Okay? And
this is why I have fallen in love with Miss Linda. She's so honest. She don't give a shit. She'll say her thoughts and not care. She's so funny. Like, we seriously had a conversation about the Steelers for like 2 hours. In Cedar Point Amusement Park. I was able to sit down and talk to this woman about things without Summer like I knew her instantly. Like we already knew each other. Because I'm a talker. I like to talk. And where she lives is only like 2 hours from me, so I wouldn't even say 2 hours. Palmatuman's only 40 minutes away. Yeah. Listen, there's a lot of shady things. The thing that really worries me is Fred's lies. Why so many of them? Switching people and then having to switch back to change it. It seems like he's changing it so that he's not busted out. Like, I'm really shady of Fred. Like, I'm feeling some sort of way towards him. You're going to catch it. All these people are going to lie. They don't know us. They don't want us to know their lives. They're not going to come out and just say, yeah, I know that person and this person and that. But then you hear them, the people they don't like. Well, Crystal slept with Donald Bernard. I don't like him. You hear Miss Linda say, I was friends with Vicky and Francis, but I didn't like Chad and the best friend. I think the best friend's name's in here. But I don't want to pull that shit out. Like, these are real people and probably real crimes. And Ziggy, oh my God. The other day she goes to her, yesterday, she goes, man, she's just an idiot. She really is. She did. Tragedy Pimps Exposed was right yesterday. She did squeal. She was pissed. Someone's got her. Where is she? I'm praying Summer's still alive. I don't know. You hear all these stories that crazy Lady Justice over on White Boys. I did it. Did you hear that? She says Candace had her in the woods, but then she said, I did it. Boom. What? Did you? I really hope Candace called the feds about that one. There's just so many shady people and weird things that have happened in this case. Why are people doing this? That's what concerns me. Why such all the odd? Yeah, me too, into the darkest. And they know. Like, a lot of people don't understand what it's like to grow up not having the proper etiquette. You know what I mean? Not all of us were raised to know where the fork goes on a napkin. So if we can't yell at our kids anymore, then now what it is, right? And even spanking. I lied to you guys the other day. I actually had 2 incidents with my kids, and one DHS came to my house. Don't get me wrong. I believe in a spanking. I don't believe in a beating. Okay? But there was a time my son was 8 years old. I told you he had ADHD, how we dealt with shit in the stores, right? I also had a heart transplant kid. I was young. My son was a handful. He didn't want to go to school one morning. This is an honest story. I'm battling with him to get him to school. He comes up behind me, grabs me by my neck in a chokehold, and pulls me to the ground at 8 years old. Yes, I picked my kid up by his arm and smacked his ass all the way to the bus. I put him on the bus. I buckled him in, and I spanked his ass one more time. The bus driver got to the school. They called the DHS worker. The DHS worker came to my house that day, asked my son what happened. He told her in a separate room than me. I told her in a separate room than him. We went in my kitchen. She checked my fridge. She checked my rooms. As she's walking out my door, she looks at my son and she says, "If you ever lay your hands on your mother again, I promise you it'll be a detention center," and walked out my door, case closed. Look, I'm an honest person. I have shit that happened in my background. Another time, he ran in the middle of the street. One other time, we were standing at a bus stop and he darted into Brownsville Road, like a main highway. And I whipped him up by, actually, my husband did, whipped him up by his arms and spanked his ass. But those are the only 2 times I can remember putting my hands on my kids. My kids are good. My kids both gone. All my other kids are, I prefer to yell to. You know what I mean? But imagine your kid choking you. Like, I couldn't breathe. I was turning purple. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe he had that Superman strength. He knocked my ass right to the ground. I was angry. I seen red that day. And I did have DCS come to my house. And I didn't hit him nowhere but his butt. And it wasn't, trust me, I'm soft. My husband calls my punches butterfly kisses. I would never hurt my kids, but I was angry that day. We were fighting. The school bus was outside beeping his horn. He's 25 now. And a really good kid. I got really good kids. All of my kids are really good. My daughter graduates this year. She's driving me nuts because it's prom season. She's taking me broke. I gave her $200 the other day to get a prom dress. Do you know she come back and said, "I found one for $60. She's so thrifty. She likes thrift stores. She said, "I found a dress for $60. I said, "Where's my change?" She said, "Sorry, I spent it." What? She's excited though. Yeah. Boys are easier than girls. I agree. Even my one that had ADHD when he was younger. Girls are rough, man. And they're so dirty. That's why I don't get all this about Summer. My daughter was a scuzzball till she was about 13. She was a tomboy. She ran around barefooted. She shaved her head one time. Kids are kids, man. You have to look at that. I wrapped my kid on the butt when she's walked by and said, "Move your butt." Yeah. Man, that was a rough morning with my son, though. And I felt really bad after it happened. I'm not going to lie. But I'm happy that DHS worker came in and said to him what she said, because he never did that shit again. Yeah, free will child. Yep. I liked to ride dirt bikes when I was a teenager, BMX bikes. I was a tomboy. But I was a girly tomboy. I liked my nails done and makeup and stuff too, you know? Good job, Lady R. I've never had to spank my other two kids. My oldest, though, he was a handful. And that morning with the school bus, man, that was harsh. I'm sure I'll get a lot of slack for even telling that story. But I'm a truthful, honest person. That's just who I am. Yeah, girls are sassy, boy. They got mouths. Girls are rough. I love my daughter, though. She's my best friend. We butt heads, though. She's 18 now. She thinks she could do whatever. She got this boyfriend. She stays at his house all the time, and I hate it, and there's nothing I can do. And she's still in high school, so it drives me nuts. She graduates this year. She was like the youngest going into her class, and I held her back in kindergarten because she wasn't ready for kindergarten. She wanted to dance and be a princess. She was the only girl and the youngest, so she was a little spoiled, I guess. Yeah, Lady R. Girls are snappy. Okay, let's get back to these videos. I keep stopping. I like chatting with you guys. Thank you. I like that. See? We can all get along. Okay.
Darla says he went in there and he had air conditioning, or he had the fan on his ass and wouldn't move. Okay? You know what he did with the bed? They took that. I paid $1,500 for that bed because it was one of those that would turn into a day bed that when the baby got older, and then it would turn into a full-size bed.
Yeah.
You know, I got it at Walmart. That heifer took it back and got the money for it. He took back most of all the stuff Crystal had and got the money for it so he could buy pain pills. He got my grandson a bed from Shepherd's Corner that had paint chips all over it. He was chewing my grandson when my sister went in there. She was livid.
It goes fast, Lady R. Enjoy it while enjoy it while she's young and sassy, because you miss them days. They're fun before they're teenagers. Okay, that was part 4 or 3. Here we go. All right, I'm going to mute. Let's listen for a while. I can't imagine the driving or dating stage.
My grandson, when my sister went in there, she was...
Listen, I just told Jens the other day my son got his first car. He's had his license for a while. It took a while. He had his car for a month and a tree fell on it while he was driving on a main highway. Like, he was going pretty fast. It was scary, but he likes that gas pedal. And I hate that he likes the gas pedal. And it taught him a lesson very early on. So I'm grateful for it at the same time. Okay, here we go.
Live it. He had a ripped up...
And he's 25.
Sheet. Ripped up bed. His mattress was ripped up. She says, "What happened to that bed your mother bought for this baby?" Crystal says, "David took it back." "Why did David take it back?" "He needed pain pills." So my grandbaby's got to sleep in a lead, busted up bed because David needed pain pills, you know. And then there was another girl that David was getting his pain pills off of. And he lived on that first street right before my store. So David would go back there. I watched it.
Calling them up every time and telling them that I've done this or I'm doing this. You know, I have had DCS out to my house about 16 times or so. And I've done every damn thing they wanted, but that shit's getting old. You know what I mean? I met a lady when we finally me and him painted a house for a fellow and got us a nice ride. And I took John to Cherokee, and me and John was out in the pool swimming with her kids, and me and her got talking. And somehow another Summer's name come up, and she was, you know, involved with it. You know what I mean, as far as, you know, trying to pass the word along, and you know what I mean, and everything. And when she found out who I was, you know, and I knew we sit there and we had a long conversation. My God, that's got to be terrible, you know, and people looking at you and accusing you, and you know, you're the only one, you know, you're the only parent out of your life that's taking care of your kid, you know. I said, yeah, it's getting right frustrating. And I said, I'm about ready to go buy me a damn gun and throw some lettuce. I mean, I'm getting tired of this. I'm a you know, a peaceful fella, but damn, how much more can a man take? You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's sad, and it's sad for the whole community.
From me, and anybody who thinks you're going to take my kid from me, damn well better be ready to take it to the tombstone.
That's right.
Because I'll fight to the last damn breath over my kid, you know.
I mean, this is just, I'm sure your community is devastated. Listen, this is a serious custody battle between him and Linda. They both want that baby. David thinks it's for a check because she's adopted so many. I have no opinion on that. It's not my business. That's their personal business. But that has nothing to do with Summer. And Ziggy is just throwing that around. He tested positive for cocaine. No, he didn't, because he still has his kid. She says his kid was taken from him. His kid has not been taken from him. She needs to stop. I don't want people to attack these people, and I have to keep saying that. He has their child right now. Okay. Devastated. Do you know what the feeling is in the community?
There's a lot of people that's like me that if they could ever get the sites lined up on the right person, I don't think he would ever hear from that son bitch again.
Well, it's good to hear.
Well, when we went back to Kansas the other day, we went to this place. We were taking her house until she arrived back, and she was calling about Summer missing because she heard the bad news too.
Yeah, she went somewhere and called me up and asked me if I'd feed her animals while she was gone, and me and John done that for her.
And how long ago was that?
That was a while back, probably last year sometime, I think. But I'm like, if you're going to be gone, why even have an animal? And her private investigator or whoever, I can't remember his name, you know, he said the only two people that were supposed to be up on the property would be me and John and him. You know, I mean, I was just trying to be a friend, you know, because I just really didn't get to, I don't know. I had people ask me that, do you think Kansas and Donnie's involved in her missing? I honestly don't know, but I didn't really feel from Kansas, but you know, like I say, I don't know what normal people do. I didn't hang there a lot. I didn't get to try to get to know them in depth. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it was more for the kids, just a friend. Now, have you been in contact with Candace or Dawn since Summer's gone missing?
Oh, that's when we were taking care of the animals. Dawn was locked up in jail, and
Okay, so I'm wrong. This means my interview with David had to have been after Dawn went to jail. That was in February of 2022. So yeah, I was right. This would have been like March. I believe this was the end of March I did this. March or April I did this. So Ziggy's right. I didn't have my David Britt interview prior to her talking to Fred. However, I did have my Linda interview. My Linda interview was somewhere, I'm going to say between October. I'm trying to remember. I think I might have even done her interview and then brought it to YouTube. Like as some of my very first videos. Like the interview was already done before my channel. It was like one of my very first things. I did the Jody Sue drive. There was another Jody Sue video. And then my Linda Britt. So it was November, and I think I already had them done before I even made my YouTube. I think I was just starting my YouTube, and that's what I wanted to have. I wanted to already have some material. So I had interviewed Miss Linda. I think. I have to go back and look, but it was very close to that time. It hit here first, Hattie. Pretty wild. Stay safe, guys. Okay, let's go back and listen.
She was off somewhere. She was somewhere out of state or something.
Yeah,
I mean, we stopped up and visit her, you know, just try to see if she's heard anything or to see how she was doing or whatnot. You know what I mean?
Yeah. When's the last time you seen her?
God, it's been months down the road since it's probably been almost right at a year now, I'd imagine. I tried texting her and she ain't never texted me back, you know what I mean? So
yeah, well, I'm sure she's changed her number. You know, she's all the YouTubers. She actually, I don't know if you've been paying attention, but a local YouTuber, Dawn B, she claims stalking her. I don't know, because I don't really follow him that much, you know.
Yeah.
But she had went and gotten a protection of order against him, but she's in. So when did Candace go get the protection of order from Dawn B? Because that's when this interview was. It was like right around that time. Another county.
I figured something like that had probably happened or whatnot, but like I say, you know, I just know him, you know, as a friend, just, you know, in short passing, you know what I mean?
Yeah. You know, it's just really sad because so many children are hurt, and it's not just John. You know, Summer had other friends too. Her little friend Journey, that was Marlena's son. I mean, daughter, sorry.
And, you know, I know Miss Sandy Clark's upset about it because she knows Ken and her brother, because she worked at Kepler School, and she only lived right down the road from Candace, you know what I mean?
And we know them people treat Candace and Dawn with respect. They are very nice people. I have followed them too. They're on my Facebook. Very nice teachers. They care for that community. Yeah.
And, you know, I know they're still, you know, scratching their head wondering, you know, why hadn't something come of this? Why hadn't somebody found out something?
Now, do you know, did Candace have a lot of strangers? Because it seems she had a lot of kids, like teenagers, you know. Hunter, he's involved in this, and there's talk of another young teenager named Cameron. Marlena actually got on a channel called Lips and said that Candace was sleeping with Dawn Chambers' son.
I couldn't tell you nothing about that, hon. I've never seen it, never heard nothing of it, never asked them about it. You know what I mean? I don't even know half them or none of them names you just come out.
So you've do I believe that? No. I think he knows all the names. I think everybody down there knows all the names. And again, I just think he's like, I'm not going to tell you who the hell's up on their hill. That ain't none of your business. That's the way I take that answer he gave me. Never seen teenagers up there?
No. Just her 3 kids, you know what I mean?
Well, his little voice is so cute.
Oh, he's such a great kid, man.
However, then you get the out of Babe's mouth where that little boy says, no, when I'm up there, it's just me, Summer, and the boys. So could that be his son confirming what David said is truth?
You know, and
I've heard that from a lot of people. I heard you're a really good kid, John.
He's my world, man. You know what I mean? And I'm overprotective of him. we were coming back trying to help our neighbor out, coming back from Bristol with a truckload of rock for him, you know, and just had a little Ford Ranger, and I had six big trucks.
I gotta ask him about the Ford Ranger. Quan, for now. I believe Dawn said, Fred said the other day it was gold. So I think we're in the clear.
Blow by us and got me kind of squirrely because the shocks were bad, and I was just trying to make it to the next exit, and we ended up flipping my truck 5 times, and I thought I'd lost my son, man. Ever since then, I mean, and that's even piled on top of Summers missing, you know what I mean?
Oh man. Oh man.
It would be the worst thing somebody could do is let me catch from harming a kid, especially trying to come in here and bother mine, because God might have mercy on them, but I'm gonna take their ass straight to hell.
I pray that Summer is found, and not just for Summer, but for her brothers. I believe that's how he feels. He doesn't want no kids hurt, and he loves his kid. Why would he put that at risk when he's been fighting Miss Linda for so many years for custody of his child? Where's Fred been? Fred doesn't look healthy. David does. That's what I'm going to say to that. For her family, for the community. I mean, it has to be scary. I just don't see David risk losing his child to kidnap another child. Not knowing what happened to this little girl.
Yeah.
And you guys still live there, and there's children in the area. And I mean, that's worrisome.
I want him to let him go outside by himself. You know what I mean? And I used not to be that. You know, out here in the country, you shouldn't have that, you know, kind of where your kid can't go out in his own yard and play with his own dog without being, you know, severely supervised. You know what I mean? I mean, you won't know where your kid's at, but you know what I mean?
Yeah, so, and I'm sure your whole community's like that with their children right now.
You know, every time he's out, it's like, you know, if I can't see him or hear him, you know, I'm going outside checking on him, you know.
And imagine everything he's seen, because you guys are really close to Mount Carmel Church, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We're only right down the road from it, about a half mile on it.
Now, listen to his story. He tells us about the other OD, and we all know at the beginning of this, we were hearing there was 2 911 calls that day. I'll have to go back and look to see if I could find some stuff about that. But I feel like Hawkins County's been covering that up and hid the 911 call. I went back and looked and everything. I can't find it. I can't find Shannon. I do find somebody with a similar name, and maybe I misheard it. Maybe. But I don't believe that girl is from Beach Creek. So I don't know if it's the same one, but it's a close name. But that's as close as I've been able to find. Maybe when I finally do reach out to David and Linda and them, I'm going to give it a little while, because I'm sure they're paying attention from the sidelines. Miss Linda's in my Facebook group. I think David might even be too. I'm not sure. So I know they're paying attention. They see what's going on, in my opinion. When they're ready to talk, they'll reach out to me, or I'm going to give it a little time to cool down, because Ziggy's outrageous, dude. She's trying to get this little boy stalked, hunted. It ain't even about the adults for me. It's about protecting that little boy, and she's not going to do that. She's not going to start calling her house and having people stalk him and scare his son. That's not happening. Right, Innocent? But anyways, here in this part, he tells us what he was doing when he figured out what happened to Summer and who he was with.
Yeah, that's her dad always used to look at him, because when I was playing with Shaggy in the back zone, I saw Daddy watching right there.
Sorry, wrong part. The little boy started talking about when they were going up to feed the dogs. But it's coming up.
When I turned around, Shaggy made a little U-turn.
That's his little dog, Shaggy. But
And Tinkerbell.
And
I wouldn't have
Tinkerbell.
yeah, that's his other little dog.
I have a little dog. His name is Chico. He's a Chihuahua, and he likes to bite
That's what we got.
ankles. Yeah.
We got, well, Kansas actually got Tinkerbell. She knew somebody in Kingsport. Crystal could tell you more about any of that because they were buddying up for a long while. You know what I mean? And you know, she asked me if I wanted a Chihuahua dog, but this lady was mistreating it, and you know, I didn't want it, but John said he was wanting it. I just lost my dad's dog. You know what I mean? That was another heartbreak. You know. Because we were fishing when we found her, she walked up and started eating on my dad's bologna sandwich when he went to go check his bowl, and you know, he ended up bringing her back. Oh, she's mine now. She's been fixed and all that, and he was still living in North Carolina at the time. I was trying to get him moved up here to Tennessee, and a week after I got him home, he called me up wanting to borrow $400 and some odd dollars. You know, I'm like, well, what do you need the money for, Dad? He said, well, little bit went running after one of his friend's car when he was leaving and ran into the tire and broke her leg. I said, I ain't gonna loan you the money. I'll give you the money, you know.
Yeah.
You know,
So Candace and Dawn actually had a ton of dogs. Were any of them ever mean?
No, they would bark, but they were nothing that really bite you or nothing.
Yeah. Do you think they would have barked? Because there's rumors that the dogs disappeared the day Summer went missing. So, I mean, it ain't rumors. Dawn and Candace had said that. Do you think they would have barked if somebody was taking Summer?
I'm pretty sure if somebody would have been there, because hell, every time I pull up in that yard, they come barreling out, barking like a bunch of banshees. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But if you got somebody creeping up through the woods right there, you know, say if there was you know, say a pedophile or something in the woods trying to creep up, knowing there was a little girl there, who knows? You know?
No.
Some of it just don't sound. You know, the way we found out was a neighbor down the road come pulling up one night about 10 o'clock at night, and I'd seen all the helicopters and stuff flying around and all the presents. I didn't know what. I thought it might have been a bad wreck or they were chasing somebody, or you know what I mean, because the helicopter, you know what I mean, and he got out and he was in the woods or something, and then when Hack come up and told me that Summer was missing, I'm like, what? You know, and he hadn't even got pulled out of the driveway yet. And here come Shannon's ex-boyfriend came up and he heard about Shannon. I'm like, no, what? He said she's dead. I was like, within 10 minutes, like I say, we got slammed by two bad newses. You know what I mean?
Oh,
he was already crying about Summer missing, and then his Aunt Shannon coming up missing. Shannon treated John way better than her. You know, even though she was, you know, she liked her pain pills. He didn't do all that dumb crap.
Wow, so you guys actually had two police calls going on at the same time. This is Johnny in the background telling us he was with his father when Summer went missing. Ziggy, stop your shit. There's his alibi. Time.
Yeah, you know what I mean? And you know, I mean, I weren't involved in, you know, Shannon, she stayed with us, you know, when she needed a place to stay here and there. But like I told her, you know, we go to bed around 9, no later than 10, you know, because I got to get up, you know, 4:30 in the morning, you know, get ready to get him on the bus and stuff.
And was she friends with Candace and Dawn as well?
No, she didn't know them at all.
Okay. It's just so scary.
He was a real nice.
That makes me think it might be that other girl that has a similar name, and we might just be hearing it wrong. But either way, I'm not going to bring that out. Let's just know it's, you know, another overdose in Beach Creek, Ronnie Lawson.
Nice lady, she just wouldn't get her mind right and go to the damn doctor or whatnot. I don't really know. I can't say nothing about her. She's always treated me and John really nice.
Yeah, and I'm not even going to, I won't talk about that. It's just, you know, interesting. This is the first time I've heard there was two police calls.
But Linda, she pulled up after putting all that shit there on YouTube, going to pull up my driveway, wanting to drop him off a used damn bicycle. I got him a brand new one back here that Leroy bought him for Christmas. I don't need nothing from her. I just told her to get the hell off my property. You know, all that John is to her is a damn check. That's all that boy is to her. She don't give a damn about nothing or nobody but herself. Oh, that was, I don't know. But I've seen Crystal slipping long before any of this crap, happened. And that was probably because when I was out trying to make us extra money, I used to do yard work for a guy named Joe that lived behind the mountain behind us here. He was, in a wheelchair and stuff. And I met him one day up at the store, and he asked me if I'd be interested in giving him a hand around the house because he couldn't do a whole lot. Help with mom out. He'd, give me $75 a day to go over and help him out. And while I was gone trying to do the right thing for the family, bringing in money.
So Fred would do, not Fred. David would do odds and ends jobs like a lot of people down there. Ziggy goes over there and says, he don't work, he this, he that. I want her to stop. David is actually a really hard worker. He paints. He tells us several jobs. Somebody from the Summer Wells community, which he tells us about, hired him to go out to somewhere. We're going to listen to that part really good. It was a couple. And when he got there, they bombarded him with Summer Wells questions. I think it was Cam and Allie. I don't know. It's my opinion. And that was prior to my interview.
She was out, had people coming over, cheating on me, I guess, started in that meth crap and all that mess. And
do you know how long ago she became addicted?
It's been years now. I mean, John was real little then. It's been 4 or 5 years. It was right after he was born. I come pulling up one day and he come running out of the house screaming. And from that point on, I wouldn't, I'd leave him with Lori.
And now what about Lori? What's she like?
Lori is a nice person. She really is. Now, if I write to her or I call her and I ask her, I said, can you make sure John gets this for me? And she said, yeah, Linda should. And I send it to her and she gives John everything. She even takes pictures and sends.
Do you want me to go back, Innocent? I don't know. Hold on. I can go back. It was at the end. 1, 2, 3. It was this one.
On the mountain behind us here, he was, in a wheelchair and stuff. And I met him one day up at the store, and he asked me if I'd be interested in giving him a hand around the house because he couldn't do a whole lot. Help with mom out. He'd, give me $75 a day to go over and help him out. And while I was gone trying to do the right thing for the family, bringing in money, she was out, had people coming over, cheating on me, I guess, started in that meth crap and all that mess. And,
do you know how long ago she became addicted?
It's been years now. I mean, John was real little then. It's been 4 or 5 years. It was right after he was born. I come pulling up one day and he come running out of the house screaming. And from that point on, I wouldn't, I'd leave him with Lori.
We are always in motion. Getting this?
Send it to me. I sent a camera, one of those instant cameras, and I said, just send the camera back and I'll develop it, And she even sent me back the picture, the cameras. So, I put an envelope and I put the Post-its and stuff on it. So Lori is a good person.
I couldn't even let his own mother pick up, get him off the bus because I couldn't trust him.
Okay, let's explain dynamics here. David's brother also moved to Tennessee around the same time as David. We spoke about him. He lives across the street. Lori is his wife. He has also been married in the past a few times. He has some kids down in Florida. Don't go looking them up. They're happy people. They just found out that one of the sisters was kidnapped and found. Now's not a good time to do that. They are still grieving and trying to understand things. Leave them alone. Ziggy, stop your shit.
I'd have to get my sister-in-law Lori 2 houses down and tell the bus driver, make sure you drop John off up here. You know what I mean? Everybody, everybody knows. You'll hear something there. You know what I mean? This whole community shit gets
in
around.
the backwoods of like Tennessee, you would think it would be beautiful and.
No. There's, what the saying is on Beach Creek? What happens on Beach Creek stays on Beach Creek.
But, I worked, and then of course when I got off from work that one day, just out giving a fellow a hand, I come pulling up to the house, and there's Crystal in the front door, all twitching and acting all stupid, and I'm like, man, I got out of my brother's truck and I said, I'll be down a little bit to get John. I just told her, you got to get the hell up out of here. I'm done. I'm not having this shit around my kid, and you're doing this. No, hell no. I booted her ass out. You can't put up with so much, and I'm not going to lose my kid because of her.
Crystal, ever since a year after she had the job.
And you said you had written me that Robert and David were beating her and held a knife to her?
Yep. And she would not call him because David threatened her with getting rid of John. She says, Mommy, he'll take my baby. And she would call me crying. She says, Mom, I can't take it anymore. I said, what's the matter, Crystal? She says, I just want to kill myself. I said, why? She says, Mom, they won't let me see Eric, and they won't let me see John. They're my babies. What am I going to do? What can I do? I said, Crystal, you just keep hard at it. I said, what?
So if Crystal's babies' fathers are protecting their children from Crystal because of their addiction, why would any of these people go steal Summer Wells?
Why don't you let me help you? I said, we can go to court and take those babies. No, they said they'll put them in foster home. I said, Crystal, you can ask those. You are the mother. You carried those babies for 9 months. You made them. I said, you can tell them I don't want them living with those guys. I want them to go and live with my mother.
And now,
was there... You could see the babies anytime you wanted to.
Was there DHS involvement?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and DHS gave these children to David?
To Eric and David, yeah.
And they never
and I'll
checked...
tell you what, they had to have drug tests. David and Crystal.
Proof. Fred answered. Listen to my videos. He would not have known this. However, Miss Linda says David passed. However, the courts gave David custody of that baby. Fred, stop your shit. We don't know which truth. Quit making shit up because you heard it somewhere. Quit trying to be David.
And we went to court. Eric was skyrocketed, or not Eric, but David's was skyrocketed. Okay? Crystal scant amount. And they gave those babies to David, and he was higher than Georgia Pies when he had a P-test. Court, right?
Okay.
And so I could see my grandbabies. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Judge would not even talk to me. Well, the bailiff come out and asked David. He says, and mind you, I'm the only person there in a wheelchair. And he knows I'm in a wheelchair. David. He's sitting across from me for 45 minutes, about 500 feet away from me. And the bailiff come up and ask him, what are you doing here? He says, I guess I'm supposed to be in court. And he says, well, who's the plaintiff? And I think she's out sitting in her van. And I put my hand up. I said, nope, I'm the plaintiff. I'm right here. He's been looking at me for 45 minutes. And then he tells me he's off drugs. I said, shit, hell no.
Listen, guys, I welcome psychics and your premonitions, but don't push it on people because a lot of people don't believe in it. And on my channel, I only go by the things people say and things that I can at least try to prove. Not that I'm against psychics. I've said it in the past. I've had my own experience. Just not everybody on YouTube is good. And I'm not saying you're not good. I'm just saying I don't know you and I don't want to push psychic stuff only over here. Okay? Nothing against nobody. Please don't take it. When we're talking about Juanita and stuff, yeah, we could bring that stuff out. And I welcome it. I welcome your visions and you telling people about them and us conversating. But I don't, in Summer's case, a lot of these visions that people have had have gotten diluted and turned into real people. Like Darren. Somebody says, I see Darren from Bewitched. And now everybody's looking for Darren. I just don't want to do that here. Okay? I appreciate you guys. It's not that I don't believe you. But please understand that's just not what I push over here. And I had a hard time with Luminous getting her to understand that. Hattie knows what I went through with her and knows how I feel about that. So I appreciate you guys. Just don't over push it if somebody doesn't agree with you or, you know. Appreciate you all, though.
He told me one time, he says, I don't do no more drugs. I'm like, yeah,
I think that Lawson has a lot of cleaning up to do in Hawkins County. What are your thoughts on the investigation?
If you find him, he's mine.
Furiosa. Yesterday, this was splotchy paint Greg. But today, he's artiste of God.
I really don't know. I mean, I'm sure they're doing everything they can, but
No, it's perfectly fine to talk about it. Just when you leave my chat, please don't. The only thing I'm asking anybody who reads it, when you leave my chat, don't push it like it's real. Darren's not real. Okay?
I told that investigator, kept telling me, dude, if there's something I could figure, something I knew. Hell, I was at home taking care of my own child when this shit happened. So, you know, and then when he come back on me, you know, about that, me trying to buy Summer on a meth deal going bad, that made me mad as hell.
You said David was really abusive towards her, right?
oh my God, yeah. Beating her all the time. He busted all of her teeth out of her bottom mouth. She had to go in. They were so infected, they had to go in and put tubes in her mouth. She was in the hospital for 2 weeks.
Oh my goodness.
And you know,
see, it's stuff like that I don't know. David Dotson does not look like Darren. You think David Dotson looks like Darren? I don't think so. Darren was a handsome man. I miss Bewitched. Running Bear Ronnie. I forget what I was going to say. Hold on.
he says, I don't do no more drugs. I'm like, yeah,
I think that Lawson has a lot of cleaning up to do in Hawkins County. What are your thoughts on the investigation?
I really don't know. I mean, I'm sure they're doing everything they can, but like I told that investigator, kept coming up, dude, if there was something I could tell you or something I knew. Hell, I was at home taking care of my own child when this shit happened. So, and then when he come back on me, about that, me trying to buy Summer on a meth deal going bad, that made me mad as hell.
You said David was really abusive towards her, right?
Oh my God, yeah.
Okay. I remember what I was going to say. Yeah. This shit pisses me off. If this is true, it makes me mad. That's a con against David. However, I think I asked him about it and he said it didn't happen. Crystal never said it happened. And Crystal still calls David, interacts with him, and when I spoke to her, it doesn't sound like it happened. Hold on, guys, I got a cough. Crystal also doesn't like her mother and says her mother lies. I don't know these people personally. I'm not getting that deep into their business because it's none of mine. It's not for the internet. I've already shared too much. I don't know who's telling the truth here. We all have to keep that in mind when listening to all three of them. That's why we can't make no judgments. Pros and cons. Okay? Please.
Beating her all the time. He busted all of her teeth out of her bottom mouth. She had to go in. They were so infected, they had to go in and put tubes in her mouth. She was in the hospital for 2 weeks.
Oh my goodness.
And you know what? He sentenced her. She tell the police, they'll take John away and you'll never see him again.
So did she tell you?
Huh?
Did she tell you when she was staying at Dawn and Candace Wells' house? Was she there because he was abusing her?
Yeah. And David was in downtown Rogersville, and he beat the shit out of Crystal. People seen it, and she had to beg these people not to do it. No, don't call the cops. And he left. He left her beaten up on the side of the road. He left, and these people wanted her to call the cops, and she wouldn't do it. She says, he'll take my son and put him in the foster care. Well, they've got Crystal's taken. David had her shooting up. Crystal's doing anything. I'll tell you what, my daughter has lived under a bridge.
Let's also keep in mind Miss Linda has been gone a long time. Crystal's addiction got worse after she left Tennessee. She wasn't around to see these things. She was, in my opinion, assuming and hearing from other people. People gossip. She had another child at some point she couldn't find. Just lots of stuff. We know they are not going to be honest with everything. It's not everyone's business either. They just keep some things private. Privacy matters too, right? Not everybody in Beech Creek's business is our own, right? And the fact that they even told me all of this was a little bit crazy to me. I'm not going to lie. I was like, holy shit. You know? And like, I don't know, these days it feels grimy putting it out there. Here's the thing. This is about Summer, and I have to keep that. All these battles I fought this whole time trying to just get people to listen to these for so many years, then Autumn being found, it was like a punch to the gut. Okay? Not just that. When I see Crystal, I have two sisters that are addicts. With one of them, I don't think there's going to be any saving, and I don't even know how she's alive. Okay? I love her very much. That means something to me. I've tried everything in life to get her clean. I've spoken about it in past lives. I'm not going to go into that. This is not about my life. However, I'm telling you how I'm looking through this through clear lenses. Crystal's troubled. She's had a rough life since birth. She's sweet. She doesn't hate anybody. Like, that's the strangest thing about this. I don't understand how she doesn't have animosity. She did lie to me and tell me she didn't sleep with Donnie at first. However, I've spoken to her since then. I'm not putting that out because she was, and it's not even recorded, it's messages, because she didn't know she was speaking to me. And she said, yeah, I slept with Donnie, but oh my God, people think I took Summer or something like that. And me reading these messages and getting like Highland Coffee, getting a bigger picture of what was going on there, she was very confused. But I've also spoken to her when she's gotten out of rehab. I've spoken to her boyfriend. I've spoken to the boyfriend she had before that boyfriend. Crystal gets around. I hate to say that, but that's a true statement. She needs help, and she needs to stay in rehab when she goes. It's sad. Please, guys, don't let Ziggy do this. I'm begging you, no matter if you think David Britt's guilty or not, there's a lot of other innocent people. Crystal was not even in the area at the time that Summer went missing. Please don't do that to her. Don't ruin any chance she may have one day of getting clean and being with her children. I don't know what the situation is between David and Linda. I can't prove who's telling me the truth and who's not. However, I like David because he's that rough, burly type. He has no filter. That's sort of like I am. And I like Miss Linda because she likes to gabble and talk, and she's funny. I care about these people, and I can't let Ziggy do that to that little boy. That's all I'm saying. Please, if you see her spreading misinformation, stop it. All my videos are here. You can find it once you understand it. Ziggy has no room to judge anyone. She's been married like 3 times now, and once was for money. Right. And once is for the Summer Wells case. Like, it has to stop, and I don't want to put Ziggy down either, because I'm seriously sitting here thinking, like, does this woman have, like, some serious mental issues that she could keep doing these things in her life and getting away with it? Like I said the other day, yesterday, hold on. She's taking it. I can't believe it. I was watching her live last night, and she was sitting there talking about it like she's going too far. No, I'm not. I am, but it's being forced because you and Fred have been over there throwing this family's name out there without true facts. If you want to cover it responsibly, fine. But I'm not letting you do that to this little boy. I'm sorry, Ziggy. I'm sorry. This has nothing to do with jealousy or me not liking you. It's about the people and the families you're trying to hurt. People that already have real life problems. You're forcing me, like they all have forever, to put people that do have criminal stuff out there that could possibly be responsible for Summer out there. And not only are all of you doing that, but you're putting my family in danger. You're suing me I can't help it. These are the first people I went to. I'm sorry, I'm a little smarter than all of you. You don't go to the people on YouTube, you go to the people that know them. You got to put shit together. You're blasting their Facebooks. That's why, really, my anger with that Gary, and I'm going to say it because she was in my chat helping me when she mentioned Dwayne the other day. That was her. So I don't know what her motive is right now neither. Okay? I don't like what's going on. It has to stop. However, I'm also angry that these YouTubers quit covering Summer. Why don't you go out there and cover it the right way? Why are you all forgetting about her now? It doesn't make sense. Tiffany, I would like to ask you, is Jody Sue right about you working with Chris McDonough? Like, I'm not fucking playing. This is enough of this. When they say don't cover the marathon, yeah, that's a part of all of this. That's exploiting this missing child. It's also a crime. You yourselves have created such a mess in Summer Wells for yourself that you can't speak about it no more. And you all knew I wasn't fucking stopping. So quit it. Quit putting misinformation out there. Quit attacking these people that live in that fucking community. Stop it. You want to talk to them? Be human to them. Don't stand in front of their houses and scream and walk through their yards and demand to see this. And I got to see your shed. And I got to see this. Let's stir the shit. Look how embarrassing that is for Jody Sue. In my opinion right now, good. She deserves it. Right. I was dying. Hold on 1 second. I keep trying to get through these Brit videos, but oh, thank you. I'm live. My husband just handed me dinner and started singing to you guys. Did you hear it? I don't care. You made me lose my train of thought, Earl. Yeah, Cash App Gang Gang. That's what I was going to say. So, the whole time she was live yesterday, it was all about Cash App. They got these new emojis. My stomach was turning. We're talking about serious stuff. She's over there attacking me, accusing this family of stuff, and going, oh, you can send each other cute little emojis now, like trying to get people to see these cute little emojis so they'll send her money. Okay, listen, I'm going to eat my dinner. I'm going to let the videos play through while I eat. I'm not going to chat because I'm going to be eating, but I'll be back. But we got to get through these videos because I keep interrupting. But you guys all get the point, and I don't want to get off of here. I'm staying on here. I want to go watch her live from yesterday because I think it's hysterical. Ziggy, I'm making you eat shit and you don't like it. All right, hold on.
She has lived in the woods. She has lived, under a bridge, mostly under the bridge, in the woods, and in a van. In the last 2 years, these are her home places. Robert told my grandson was about 5 years old. He told my grandson was outside playing and yelling and screaming at a 5-year-old, right? He told my grandson if he didn't settle down and straighten up, he's going to cut his dick off.
Yeah, and the saddest thing is that, drugs, they tear families apart, And that's what's so sad.
And I tried telling her once I realized I didn't know exactly what was going on, but I knew was drug related. You know what I mean? Had to have been, because normally a lot of stuff like that is. But I just told her, you're going down the wrong road. Take it from somebody that's been there and done that. But I said,
How
it's
long did
gonna-
she know Dawn and Candace? Do you know?
You know Don and them before I did. She knowed all them years before I ever knew them.
They do drink a lot, and they've put it on YouTube, and they've really just made themselves look really bad. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't look good for them the way
and,
they behave. Now,
that Linda Pizzapradio, he
mhm.
called the damn cops up and told them I tried buying the girl. They were trying to get me to go record Donnie because they thought maybe he had something to do with it. And like I told him, if I had any knowledge or anything of that boy hurting that little girl, even though it's his father, I'd go take him out in the woods, and you would never see me again. I'd kill about it, plain and simple.
Oh, this was the day after Summer went missing?
Yeah, a day or two. It weren't long because he still had his oldest boy with him, because they come up here and him and John talked, and that was really about the only thing he asked me. I said, man, why? I don't even know why the fuck you asking me this stupid shit. I don't know who in the hell, who they are. You don't see me running around. You see me here at the house taking care of my kid, man.
Was he angry? Like, what was his demeanor like?
He looked, I don't know, kind of spaced out or something. I mean, it just didn't seem like the same Don. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But he wasn't getting rude with you. He just asked you, hey, have you seen the meth heads?
Yeah, I mean, kind of in a, I don't know. He wouldn't have got mouthy with me because that would have just got me mad, and I'd have probably punched him in the face. But it just surprised me. Why come up and ask me something that stupid when my old lady's been hanging out there with you and your wife, and you and her supposed to sleep together? Why in the hell, she would know more than I would because that's who she was hanging out with. It weren't me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean,
and now have you had prior contact after Crystal and Dawn sleeping together with Dawn?
Oh, she come by here, want me to take her back and all that. I told her, hell no. You chose your path. You put me through hell, and I'll give you every opportunity. There is no more. It's done. It's over. Just get and stay the hell out of my life. That's all I ask.
Was there bad blood between you and Dawn?
I didn't care. I was over it. You know what I mean? I thought it was kind of shitty. If you're supposed to be my friend, I wouldn't do that to any friend of mine. I don't mess with other people's girlfriends or wives or nothing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's really shitty.
I found out that there weren't no friendship there. You know what I mean? Not the way I see shit. I mean, I just never was that way.
Yeah.
Because the way I see it, if one, either or, if a woman or a man is going to try to cheat on you with a so-called friend, hell, she'd do the same damn thing to you, or he would. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I'm not going to lose a good friend over a sorry ass person.
It is sad. I seen the only community store that you guys had was the gas station that she worked at. And I seen it on pictures on Google, and it's awful that it's closed down now,
Yeah. That store could be making some good money. Even the guy that had bought it and reopened it, Clinton, he got messed up on them pills too, and he ended up losing everything, lost his family, and lost all of his, lost everything. And he was went from being a high employee at Walmart, making over $100,000 a year, to buying a store out here, to becoming getting on them damn pills, and he lost everything, his family, everything.
That they were stealing from me and slashing and doing my things because me and one of the sheriffs were friends. And he'd come down the store every time he went by and stop in and get a coffee, because I told him, I said, it's free or it's slushy in the summertime. Or he would tell me, hey, Linda, can you make me a burger? I made him a burger. He says, I'll be back to pick it up 15 minutes.
And what sheriff was that?
Ladies and gentlemen, please stay tuned as we attempt to commune with the devil.
Yeah, it was from Rogersville.
Is it Ronnie Lawson?
No, he's retired. I tried to get him. His name was Spence.
Oh, okay. So that
He's a detective. He's a detective, and then I think he's retired because I asked. I said, where's Spence at?
Yeah.
Because Spence knew me. I had him. My daughter was stealing. Crystal and Earl were stealing. I asked him, I said, load these guys up in the back of your car and ride them down the road like you're going to put them in jail and tell them. I'll see what they do. So he did it for me.
Yeah.
He had them out for a good 20 minutes and he brought them back. He says, I don't think they'll steal any more off of you. You know, and I just made a coffee and let him serve it herself. You know, I kept it going, and then I had a buffet set up, so I had breakfast buffet, you know, so you could serve yourself, help yourself with all you can eat. You know, I made biscuits and gravy and scrambled eggs and bacon, and, you know, I had it set up for them. So, and if they wanted toast, I said, I'll make it for you fresh, you know, so it's warm. And they would come down every morning. You know, I could have made money down there, but I let this one girl, Linda Head, I let her, she told me, she says, oh, Linda, I can run this for you, because I had to go to work.
Right.
You know, so I wanted somebody there while I worked 12 hours, and I worked those 3 days, 4 days a week. So I was going to have her open my store, and I'll get off, I'll close it.
Right.
Okay? In 3 months, I was $9,000 in debt for gas. She was giving full tanks of gas away. And the people, I'll tell you what, because I closed my store when my daddy died. I closed. I said, I can't do this right now. So I closed, and then after a while, I said, I'm not going to reopen it, you know, because I put closed due to death and family, you know. And then there was another girl that David was getting his pain pills off of. And he lived on that first street right before my store. So David would go back there. I watched him.
Yeah, you know, the thing is that it does seem to be a lot of drug use down there, and you would think
they make it themselves. They make it up in the mountain or in somebody's barn.
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. When I was over there, that guy that hit me and Tad were going out to make some. But they run drugs. They make it and then they shoot it up.
Yeah. Now, do you know, was any of the Bernards involved with the drug?
You know what? Yep. Dale Bernard. Oh, not Dale. What's his name? The next one after. Well, Dale probably too. Dale's the oldest brother. I forget. I think it's Donald. Donald, yeah, because Crystal used to live with Donald. He told her that she was the cat's meow. You know, he took her right up, but she was his housemaid. She cleaned up his shit because it was nasty, and she cleaned it up, and then he kicked her out.
I want to give you this book.
They were all your neighbors down there, right? They lived on Beach Creek. Yeah.
Yeah, they were down there, but I knew them personally. I knew Bernard's.
Yeah.
I knew Randy Light.
Okay.
The old man Randy Light. He had a store. He was my buddy. You know. So I made a lot of good friends. I knew what's his name? He was in jail and then he got out of jail. He had to go in for a couple of years and then he got out.
So did you meet David? You were down there before David moved there, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but the father had lived there already, correct?
No. They were living somewhere else. And David didn't want to work anymore, and he didn't have any. His dad wasn't getting that much money in, so they moved into the house up on the hill that David's brother got, and never got permission from his brother. So his brother found out and let him live there because his dad was living there. But then when his dad passed away, he wanted David and Crystal out. Well, at that time, David out. And he threw David out. As a matter of fact, he had to have a sheriff come up and evict him. And Crystal says, Mom, can you help us buy this property? And I'm like, I'll buy it for me. I ain't buying it for David.
Yeah.
I said, you can live on it, Crystal. I said, but not David.
Now, did you buy Linda's house? Is that what it is? Because
no, we were renting it from her. You know, that's back when John was first born, and I had just started that 48 weeks of interferon treatment. And whenever finally they'd come up and made me get off my property, because I was fighting them tooth and nail for my land. And all of a sudden, you know, one afternoon we're with no place to go, you know, and you know, she ended up said that she would rent it to us. And I told Crystal, I said, this ain't gonna last long. I said, sure shit, as soon as I get to where this message is gonna start making me feel like hell, and she's gonna rear her ugly head.
So that's how you acquired the property they have the trailer on, correct?
No, that house with the trailer on by my brick house, that came with my brick house. I had the brick house, the mobile home, and 13 acres of land, and I paid it off within 10 years. And then, like I said, Robert, well, actually, Crystal's the one that asked me if I'd let him live in the trailer. He said, Mom, I'm living with David. And I'm like, yeah, I know.
How did you end up in Tennessee?
I was donating blood one day, and come to find out I had Hep C, man, and I was working with my cousin Joe, and nobody didn't want to work around me.
Listen to how honest he is. He knows he's being recorded. He knows I'm putting this on YouTube. And this man told me he has Hep C. Do you think he took Summer?
Because they thought I would infect him, you know, so I went from being one of the best employees. He didn't want to work because everybody was scared of, you know, back in the day before all this, you know, they come out with all this other stuff for Hep C. You know, everybody thought it was contagious, and hell, I was sicker than hell. My cousin wouldn't work me no more, and you know, Robert and Lori had done and moved up there to Tennessee, and he called me up one night and told me he had a job opportunity for me if I was wanting it up there in Tennessee, and they come and got me. And hell, within the first year, I had went from working with a painter by the hour to these builders asking me if you know, if I would go out on my own, that they would let me do their work. You know, so I started my own business. Me and Robert started his business first and got him going, and I went out on my own. I come up to Tennessee with $10 and a bag of clothes, and within a year I was running my own painting business.
Yeah, and that's where I was, like I said, I looked at your criminal records and I seen that you have not gotten in trouble in decades. You know?
Robert is David's oldest brother.
Okay.
Robert needed a place to stay. And David knew I had that mobile home over there.
And wait, do you know what year that was?
Oh, God. Okay. My grandson was a year old. He was, he's going to be 16 now. That was what, 2011? Or not David, but Robert. He bought that mobile home and that land for $30,000. Do you know that what his attorney told me? And I have to tell you his attorney's name because he's a judge now, but I got it written down. I forget it because I asked, because he's for children's service, for children advocate. And I asked that he not be in there because of the conflict of interest, because he was David Britt and Robert Britt's attorney. I put that on the thing when I filed the thing at the court. It's this judge that
I want you guys to listen to this whole story because it tells us about how DHS works in that area. And this does bother me if it's true. If the judge is also the attorney in the area, Hawkins County should have a problem. Please listen.
I asked, because he's for children's service, for children advocate. And I asked that he not be in there because of the conflict of interest, because he was David Britt and Robert Britt's attorney. I put that on the thing when I filed the thing at the court. This judge that I went in through had a hard on anyways for me, because I had all these things that I wanted my grandsons to be. I wanted them to be able to communicate and see one another because they're brothers. I wanted them to go for a psychiatrist. I wanted them to have therapy, monthly therapy. I wanted them to be seen together.
Let me ask you, do you know, what was is it a lot of crime down there when you were there?
A lot of drugs.
A lot of drugs.
A lot of drugs. A lot of crimes. Yeah. A lot of people.
There's a lot more to the court case, so just keep listening. We have to get through these. I have to quit yapping. Don't think I'm rude, please. I just don't want to be rude, and I keep feeling like I have to take breaks because I'm sharing content. It's my own damn content. Look, I do that. I make my own content, guys. I don't share everybody else's all the time.
Doing crazy shit to people, like killing them and taking them up in the mountain and burying them, and you don't find them. Anybody off of Beach Creek knew what I had. They knew I was in a wheelchair, and I couldn't see anything going. They stole my chainsaw, everything I had in my garage. They were stealing anything they could get money out of to get
From
drunk.
Linda, because he called DCS, and of course, what pissed me off too about that is here they are looking at me when I was at home with my own kid, taking care of them, doing what a father should do. And I'm getting accused of doing something that I ain't, and they're taking precious investigating time, people away from somebody that could probably have, maybe had run across or found something out about Summer, and they're looking at me, wasting their time looking at me, which they didn't find nothing because there's nothing there to find.
Well, that might not be all of Linda's fault. It may be some of mine, and I'll fess up to that. And that's because when I found out that you also had Autumn missing in your family, I had reached out for an update on her case, and to the whole world since early 2022. Here's your proof I turned shit into TBI, you assholes. Again, sorry, not sorry. I had to explain why I was reaching out for an update. So maybe me contacting them, and if that was because of me, I apologize. I want to be truthful and transparent with you.
I appreciate it. It really got me mad when I seen all my, my address is coming up, and especially this, and I was like, damn, let them YouTubers come out here and start some shit.
Oh, I'm not. You don't have to worry about me coming to Tennessee. I want to stay clear.
No, I appreciate you calling me back. Just like I'm holding up the same hope for, just the other day we were coming back from the store and they got Summer's picture there. John, looked over, he'd seen the picture. Dad, I sure hope they find Summer alive. You know what I mean? I said, so do I, son. I said, I surely do. I'm holding out, that she's coming back. You know what I mean? I know it was real screwed up. If my daughter was missing, I sure as hell wouldn't be worried about no drugs or no dumb shit. I'd be trying to find out what in the hell happened to my kid. I damn sure wouldn't be here drinking and doing all the dumb shit I seen him doing. You know what I mean?
So did he seem like he was truly looking for these meth heads that might have taken his daughter?
I don't know. He knows that I ain't with that bullshit, and I was kicking Chris off the shit I was having going with her. So why come up to me the next day asking me a stupid ass question like that?
But again, they called you the Cornbread Mafia?
Yeah, me and Robert, they got that on that YouTuber shit, man. I can send it to you on my phone. If I didn't delete it or whatever. And even the DCS worker told the judge, I checked into that YouTube stuff, and there ain't nothing to that Cornbread Mafia stuff. David's not involved.
Oh my God.
And
if y'all would have been paying attention, I put the chicken video stuff out. Sort of as a thriller to give you guys a little bit of, I don't know. I was trying to be a good video maker. But it was leading to David saying they checked it out and there ain't nothing to it. Again, my report to TBI. You people are fucking assholes. However, Jody Sue with her Red Barrel shit, the shit exists. I've been told by locals. It doesn't have nothing to do with Summer. That's why I gave up on Wayne Morlock. You people are fucking idiots. And yeah, I'm saying it. I'm angry, man. As I'm listening to these, I'm so fucking angry. Gavel, Krama, Benny, Tiffany, Jody Sue, and all the rest of you. Scott.
I still got to go to court over that shit, and I'm getting tired of this, man, because I kept my son out of a dangerous environment because nobody,
So wait,
nobody
they
knew what the
opened
hell
up a DCS case on
Huh?
you? They opened up a DCS case on you because of the Cornbread Mafia?
Well, it was involved in between me not sending to school because of this COVID, and I guess they were just looking at any avenue that they could try to
Fine,
get John from me. You know what I mean? And I even told my attorney, I said, look, man, if these stupid son of a bitches don't think that I won't throw lead with them over my kid, I don't care how.
I was on the road to discrediting the shit I put out there. My own shit. I was using Summer's cases like playing Clue. I didn't think people would go in. And that's the honest to God truth. And it's not funny. I thought you people would be responsible. I didn't come to YouTube to attack people. I like to research. I like to help where I can if it finds Summer. I can't even get to Tennessee to put my eyes on Summer. If I even thought I knew where she was, do you think I would bring that to YouTube first? Fuck you all.
How you wrap up kidnapping, you can make it as legal and as pretty as you want. When I know I'm not doing a damn thing wrong, but having my son's best interest, his health and safety and everything, and somebody's going to threaten to take my kid away from me, I don't give a flying fuck if you're Jesus, Satan, or whoever. I will put a bullet in your ass. You know, it'd be one thing if I was doing something wrong. You know what I mean? But if I'm doing everything that I should be doing, and you think you want to kidnap my kid, you better be ready to go to the tombstone, motherfucker, because I am.
Yeah.
You know, and it's just been a bunch of bullshit. You know what I mean? Really.
Man.
And I told him in court, my son is not a head count for this damn county, so y'all can keep your damn little, your pay scale up. You know, I mean, it's crazy, man. I had some dark thoughts going through my head. I'm telling you.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
I put it to you this way: I was ready to throw down with anybody. I'd put a.
You know what? I do have a question for you. Do you know? And this is going to be a ridiculous question because it's everywhere you're in the country. I'm pretty sure even in Pittsburgh we have it. But do you know of any KKK or anything like that in your area?
No, I mean I'm sure there probably is, but I couldn't say that I know of any.
You know, when I came in the Summers case, I was inspired a little bit by a news article, something that was going around in the news. It was about a news reporter. And she was from New York, and she had gone to a mental ward and pretended to be crazy to get the story. Okay? Not that I was pretending to be crazy, but that's how you get the story. You don't just hear something and go blurt everybody's business out on the YouTube streets. It just makes me so sick. You don't understand how badly I was attacked and the shit I've gone through to stay here on YouTube. And I'm not sitting here trying to go like poor pity me, but they tell you show the receipts, show the receipts. Watch my Brit videos. Show the receipts, show the receipts. Watch my Brit videos. Nobody wanted to watch them. Why was I attacked the way I was? What the fuck are you all doing?
I don't associate. My circle's so small, hell, I can see it from my front porch. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, your brother and sister are right next door.
Yeah.
And,
You know,
yeah.
and then I'm just met the new neighbor that moved in, the two new neighbors up there, you know, so I've got one little square here. That's about as far as I venture, you
So
know.
does David talk to you now? Does he keep in touch with you? Actually, when I brought these out, I already said the very first time I brought these out, I remember in that, I don't know if it was a video, it had to have been alive because I was speaking. And I said, that shows you the TBI's doing their job. How many people have been putting down a TBI? People don't understand what they missed and what they've been missing. Stop it. In all these cases, not just Summers.
Oh, hell no. He tried to Facebook me, and I said, I want nothing to do with the mother heifer. He'll see me when I come down there to see my grandbaby. He ain't going to stop me because I'm going to be driving. I'll be able to get out my van, and I'm going to tell him.
Does he
And
still
I
have
don't care if they call the sheriff because the judge told him, you see your son whenever David allows you, grandson whenever David allows you to. Or you have your daughter. He said, see your this is what he said. He said, see your grandsons through your daughter. I ain't got nothing to say to you. It cost me over $1,000 to take them to court and to drive down there in a motel for him to tell me that. And plus filing fees. It was over $1,000.
But
And I
Crystal,
went down there, I told him, I said, you are a sad child advocate. And I was giving him the Italian salute. You go under your chin and you whip it out and twist your hand around, and that is F you in Italian.
that's why I love Miss Linda. She's 100% honest. I do that. That's Italian, but my grandmother used to do the same thing, and she's Polish. Us Northeasterners, we cuss and we're loud. Get over it, jagoffs. We're Yankees.
That's the fair word. I was cussing him all the way out the door, and he didn't even know it. I was escorted out of the court by two sheriffs.
You're definitely Italian.
You daggone straight. My daddy taught me some good words in Italian.
Well, I appreciate you calling me back. You know, and everything.
Well, and I want to keep in touch with you, and I actually would love, because I do, like, Summer gets, I'm not saying I don't want to cover Summer. I will cover Summer every day. She gets a ton of attention, but you do have a missing child in your family.
See, I work with Tammy, my brother's ex-girlfriend, when, I weren't even, like I say, back whenever her mother lived, we used to live in the same trailer park. I'd feed my nieces and nephews anytime they come over, and I'd go over and try to talk to Tammy, but most times she was out of it or had some dude there and they were doing, it was just crazy.
Well, that's what Autumn's grandmother raised her, right?
Yeah. And she got into prostituting. From what I heard, she got into prostituting at an early age, I guess, from, with the stuff she seen from her mom, And I even talked to her, well, my brother has just.
For me, this was a con for David. I didn't like the story he told about his young niece. However, the police told me the same story. With the story they told me when I had hopes she was alive. I think that's what they thought was going on with that couple. Okay? Hold on, guys. Sorry, my husband and I are having a little tiff about laundry. Nothing serious. Not a fight. Yes, the Vanderlands worship Odin and national supremacists. Yeah, I think I've read about that. I want people to pay attention to these and spread these. So much of this shit could have been stopped. Ziggy doesn't care. I have to wonder, like, why is she doing this? Is she nuts? Is she being paid for it? Her trips to Tennessee. I want to know who Fred's friend Jamie is. That's something I'm looking into. Is it true? Maybe not. Could it be true? You never know. No stone left unturned. That's what these creators have been stating. However, they left many stones unturned. Okay? Oh my God. Okay. Let me play these. This is a short video we watched.
I don't associate. My circle's so small, hell, I can see it from my front porch. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, your brother and sister are right next door.
Yeah.
And,
you know, and then I'm just met the new neighbor that moved in, the two new neighbors up there, you know, so I've got one little square here. That's about as far as I venture, you
so
know.
does David talk to you now? Does he keep in touch with you?
Oh, hell no. He tried to Facebook me, and I said, I want nothing to do with the mother heifer. He'll see me when I come down there to see my grandbaby. He ain't going to stop me because I'm going to be driving. I'll be able to get out my van, and I'm going to tell him.
Does he
And
still
I
have
don't care if they call the sheriff because the judge told him, you see your son whenever David allows you, grandson whenever David allows you to. Or you have your daughter. He said, see your this is what he said. He said, see your grandsons through your daughter. I ain't got nothing to say to you. It cost me over $1,000 to take them to court and to drive down there in a motel for him to tell me that. And plus filing fees. It was over $1,000.
But
And I
Crystal,
went down there, I told him, I said, you are a sad child advocate. And I was giving him the Italian salute. You go under your chin and you whip it out and twist your hand around, and that is F you in Italian. I didn't have to say a word. I was cussing him all the way out the door, and he didn't even know it. I was escorted out of the court by two sheriffs.
you're definitely Italian.
You daggone straight. My daddy taught me some good words in Italian.
Well, I appreciate you calling me back. And everything.
Well, and I never researched Breonna Tester because, in my personal opinion, I don't think she has anything to do with it. I try to just stay on track with what I'm thinking, and I'm thinking it stays in Ben Hill. Or Beach Creek. Or Dawn and Candace. Like I said the other day, anything is possible. I just don't have the time to look into Breonna Tester. Sorry, guys. Nothing I can really report on. Plus, I don't want to put her family through that. She's passed away. And her situation was a family member with the child she took. It was different. It was not a Summer situation. My mom was a junkie, I understand that. Or rather, my mom was more of an alcoholic. Just because something happens in one life doesn't mean it's going to happen in another because somebody's friends on Facebook. That's the shit that gotta stop. Let her parents grieve. Let the police look into that if that's a situation. Y'all can do what you want, but that's my opinions on it, and that's how I look at that part of the situation. I want to keep in touch with you, and I actually would love, because I do, like, Summer gets, I'm not saying I don't want to cover Summer. I will cover Summer every day. She gets a ton of attention, but you do have a missing child in your family.
See, I work with Tammy, my brother's ex-girlfriend, when, you know, I weren't even, you know, like I say, back whenever her mother lived, we used to live in the same trailer park. I'd feed my nieces and nephews anytime they come over, and I'd go over and try to talk to Tammy, you know, but most times she was out of it or had some dude there and they were doing, you know, it was just crazy.
Well, that's
you know?
what Autumn's grandmother raised her, right?
Yeah. You know, and she got into prostituting. From what I heard, she got into prostituting at an early age, I guess, from, you know, with the stuff she seen from her mom, you know. And I even talked to her. Well, my brother has just talked to, you know, her brother, you know, all of them are Adam, I think. Yeah, Adam. And, you know, he's not even sure what the hell happened. Sort of, you know, that she was messing up, and, you know, out prostituting and doing drugs. And
before people go looking into this, Robert's been married a few times. I don't know what his past is. In my opinion, looking at pictures of Autumn's birth mother, that I think is her, I'm not even 100% positive. She doesn't look like a junkie to me. This was years ago. We don't know the situation. However, what has been reported is Autumn lived with her grandmother. And it seems to me Robert and David, hold on. Okay. So it seems to me Robert and David left Florida years before Autumn went missing. Okay? To go to North Carolina. They didn't even know, in my opinion. I don't have that stated because I never spoken to Robert. I would have liked to. I tried to reach out to them, and I asked David if he would speak to me, and David never got back to me on that. It would have helped a lot. But what I figured out is that Robert didn't have a relationship with these two children until after Autumn went missing. Her brother also had a troubled past, but from pictures and Facebooks and family photos with Robert when he visits his children in Florida, you could tell he's very loved now, very involved with the Britt family, and they all look like good people. Do not bother them. Thank you.
There's
Who
a lot of
Autumn
kids come up
was?
missing in Daytona. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. I didn't hear that. You know, because the story is she was going to a movie or to the mall.
But I'm just going by what I've heard from other people, you know what I mean, that were there, you know, or, you know, and, you know, heard this and that. I don't know, because last time I seen Autumn, she was 4 or 5 years old. You know what I mean? That was the last time I ever laid eyes on her until I seen her on Missing one morning on that, you know, Sunday channel where they missing kids. And it blew me away. I'm like, man, you know, I didn't even know she was gone for shit, probably a year or two. I mean, it was a long while.
Did Robert know?
I think he heard about it later. I mean, nothing that they were informed on him, because, you know, Autumn's grandma and them didn't really much care for him or whatnot. You know, we had moved here and there, you know, we were trying to live our lives, but I had no clue that she was even missing up until, you know, I actually seen it on that Missing, you know, and I couldn't believe it. But I can't
So
tell
you
nothing
guys
about
didn't
that.
live. So you guys didn't live in Florida the time that Autumn went missing.
No, I was living in North Carolina, if I ain't mistaken.
And where was Robert living?
He was in North Carolina. We had both moved back there, and then he moved to Tennessee.
Do you guys see why it's important to get the correct information out there? I see you guys talking about Brianna in the chat. I really just don't know a whole lot about that subject. I looked at enough of it and I thought, no, she's not involved in this. That's just my opinion. I don't even know how she passed away. Could somebody tell me that? I just seen it. It was a family member. It was a situation. She went to jail. Why would she get out of jail, a young girl like that? Why would she get out of jail and repeat her crime? She had a good family. That's so sad. Why does that area have so many unexplained deaths? Who believes in that Nesbitt stuff? He said there was a 22-year-old girl, but it was never reported. Do any of you feel like this might even be too big for the feds? Like, maybe that's my grandiose thoughts, but oh my God, there's just so much crime in that area. I don't mean with Summer. I mean it like it almost feels like if they find Summer, it's going to have to crack a lot of other cases or something. There has to be a reason this has taken so long. And again, I don't mean to accuse Fred either. I like to look at things unbiasedly. I just do not understand his reason for so many lies. And on top of him, you got Ziggy's gang, and it's the same gang that I've been screaming about, and I don't know why. Scott H. Traveling with Ziggy. Connected to Annie. Like, it's shit like that that makes shit look weird. You think so? You think they know? Land. I don't even think it's the land. I think it's what goes on in them lands. And it's more than one crime. And it's lots of different groups. It's not just there in Rogersville. It probably happens here where I live. We don't know where this shit happens. And it's getting outed because Summer went missing. And it's, in my opinion, speculating, probably a dumbass like Fred that did it. And ruined everybody's lives down there. He stopped so much crime if this is what happened to Summer, and it's sickening. Like, they want to do their crimes. Let them do their fucking crimes. Just leave the kids alone. Whoever took Summer, you're disgusting. You've brought out a lot of shit and caused a lot of problems. I don't know. That's just thinking, like, it ain't just in the holler, though, Lynn Coffee. I live in the city. You think these gangs don't keep secrets? It's everywhere. The Goat property is historical property to Rogersville. I didn't know that. I do have a copy of the deed. That's kind of what made me pissed at Ziggy the first time. That's how early on I've been mad at her. She thinks I'm jealous and holy shit. Davy Crockett right there, that land for real. And I do have to question Tim Mullen. I understand he helps the Wells, but it's shit like that. You hear that. And then you hear Tim Mullen over there like he's another one making a spectacle saying weird ass shit. Over there saying shit like that's the Indian reservation. Like, that's weird, dude. Stop it. Get out there and talk like a human. If you're innocent and you're in this for the good, say something normal. I don't know who's guilty. I look at this at every aspect. I want to conversate about it. The interesting facts about the area. That's awesome to know that that belonged to Davy Crockett. I thought that was the cemetery or something I read. Like, I think it's cool. They have this area up there. I don't know if any of you guys seen the YouTube video. Maybe I'm out in your area a little bit. But there's like a grave of a witch or something. I was watching some videos on it. It's pretty cool. I don't even know what the Eastmans do in their life. Do you know Be the Bean? And if I was to ever visit that area, it wouldn't be to go down there and meet Dawn and Candace. I mean, maybe if they ever wanted to meet me, but it wouldn't be an attack meet. But I would go down there to see the things like that. The cemetery with the witch's grave. Listen, my husband's family has a huge fight going. One side thinks he's related to Lizzie Borden, and the other side thinks they're Indian. I've been able to go on and find connections to Lizzie Borden, but his sister did a DNA 21 or whatever it's called, and it doesn't connect. So it's so weird. And that's through like slave stuff. But it would be interesting to go down there and be welcomed. Like, wouldn't it? Maybe people would be welcome down there and they can make some revenue down there in their little city to fund their Hawkins County. If Jody Sue and Fred would quit making it look fucking weird down there. Summer Wells' case could actually be good for the area. The cemetery overlays Crawford's, Goads, Severe's, near what I call Cotton Simpson's Holler. Yep. I'll have to look at all that. They make baling twine, cigarettes, filters, things like that. Like, imagine they can open a factory down there and have children walk. No, well, maybe not children, but twine. baling twine and things like that and teach the kids about farming. I don't know. When I was a kid, they used to have stuff like that for the kids. We don't have it no more. I just feel like that area of Tennessee needs a lot of work, and they could do it. I have a video of it with property maps. Want a link? Yeah, that'd be awesome. I'll check it out. Just send it and I'll look at it later, and maybe one night we can come up and go through the history there. Like it's a learning lesson. Why wouldn't you want to educate yourself about the people in the area? Would you go down to Louisiana and do what you're doing in Summer's case? Would you go down to a plantation like this? Just saying. Yeah, Dolly does. I've always wanted to go to Pigeon Forge. I feel like the way Donna Serafina puts shit out for Pigeon Forge, like, don't go there. It's, dude. Okay, let's go back to these videos. I'm sorry. I keep getting distracted. I'm enjoying this. Hubby's off. Kids ain't here. It's nice. Okay, hold on. Oh, we finished this one. Hold on, let's get it. Stop, I'm live. My kids are here. My son just came in. Tried to scare me on live. See, you get my real life. Which one were we watching?
I don't know nothing about that. I was living in Carolina. I didn't know she was missing.
I messed something up. Chill, my mic's on. I got a hot mic. You want to say hi?
I'm gonna talk to you.
Okay, guys, after I put this video on, we'll talk. I think that was part 7. So, is this my last one? I thought I had another one. I know I numbered one of these wrong. Hold on. 4. Let's see. Yeah, I think we just watched this one. Okay, hold on. Now, has any of Robert's children ever visited him down there? Or because it seems to me he travels to Florida a lot. Like he has, like they travel and to North Carolina.
He does. Robert.
All right, I love you. Sorry about that, guys. My son was asking me if I'd babysit the babies tonight while him and his wife girlfriend go DoorDash. Did I get this right? Do you guys remember? I just messed that all up. It's a money pit. We just watched 7. Okay, so we're on 8, but I swear I had 9 of these. I swear I counted them earlier. And where's Crystal? What's wrong with these? Hold on. If it's okay with you, can I record this while I ask you some of these questions?
Depends which ones you're going to re-ask, and I could probably give you my okay with it.
Okay. So it's just going to be mainly the same things we've been talking about. You do know I'm recording you, right? Because, of course, I want to get your side of the story out there, but I'm going to keep...
I tell you is the truth as I know it. I ain't going to sit here and try to go on the Jerry Springer show.
How did you meet Dawn and Candace?
How did we met?
Yeah.
We just bumped into each other at the dollar store one day, and just started Candace and stuff to me, and Donnie started introducing her stuff to David, and then we decided to go, and I guess you could say ghost one or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
They had a little bit of weed on them, and they ended up going back to Michael like that first, the one with them, and took them over a little bit better. And then after that, it led up to then invite us up.
She was a little bit hard for me to understand too. That's why I tried my best to caption it or try to give you a feel of what I gathered she was saying.
The house for drinks and some kind of small little meal or some like a dinner invitation. They had the cook goes to dinner one night, and then after that we just I don't know, kind of kick you off or whatever, and decide to hang out a lot more and.
How long did she know Dawn and Candace? Do you know?
She know Don and them before I did. She knowed all them years before I ever knew them.
This was like when your son was small.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My son was still not good, almost body straight.
You know, we'll try something, but I'm gonna tell you this. I said, I asked him, and he was only 4 then. I said, do you want me to tell you the truth or do you want me to tell you a lie? He said, Dad, just be honest with me.
You did not sleep with Dawn, right?
I did not.
Okay, so tell me again, there was a rumor that some lady started. She went to Candace and she told Candace that you had slept with Dawn and then there was a fight.
There was a big argument. There was never skin contact or anything. Just around Easter time, but all that bullshit. But all that out and out.
Know anything about the rumors of Crystal and Dawn sleeping together?
Oh, yeah, it's true. Kansas come down here. See, Kansas told me to get the off property, and that's back when I was still trying to keep Crystal and John's life. And they told me to get the off property, or she'd called law. I said, that's all right. You'll find out who's telling the truth. And more than 2 days later, she come up here in the afternoon crying her eyes out. You were right. You were right. You know, she slept with Donnie, but she slept with about everybody around here. So, you know, that ain't nothing new.
When did you stay up on the Wills property?
I haven't seen her in a very, very, very long time.
Have you ever lived on their property?
I stayed there for like maybe 3 days.
Do you know, did Crystal actually live with Dawn and Candace?
Yeah, they were up there for a few. She was up there for a while, off and on several times.
And do you remember when that was?
That had to be back in, I would say back in 2017, 2018.
Save up to 30% on award-winning performance during May is Maytag month.
Maytag month is going on.
Have you spoken to Candace since you had your fight with her?
No.
No.
We had this agreement, we transfer words. No, we live in the shit that I mistake.
Yeah, the one that they called Mama.
Oh, okay, yeah. I don't really know that much about her, but I do know a little bit about her. The only thing I know, she was down
Like a hoarder.
A hoarder, yeah, a hoarder. That's what I meant. She was bad.
If any of yous listen to these for the first time with me when I've shared them way back when, I laughed so hard at that part. She's like a packing whore? You mean like an internet whore? Crystal? I concur. Touche. Okay, hold on.
I know that for a fact because she had to keep a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, and she had.
When to go away, she had to keep it.
And you said she had 2 dogs.
Yeah, she had 2 dogs. Two small and 2 lap dogs.
Okay. And Summer and the kids and everybody called her grandma.
Yeah, and Donnie and Candace always called Mom.
So do you think that was Candace's mother?
Mother? First I thought she was, but and later down the road I got told she wasn't. Like my height, I'm 5'4". She was just a bit taller than me. Very pretty, dark, brownish or blackish hair. And she was kind of, yeah, I wouldn't say middle age, I wouldn't say too old. I would say right in the middle. 40s, 50s.
Okay. All right. And how long did she live there?
Well, to my knowledge, I would probably say about a year or 2.
So she was there after you and Candace had to fight.
She was there before me.
And after, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. So she has nothing to do with case and all. But you know, I'm looking to her because someone was very comfortable with her around her.
Never, I mean, 'cause they'd go out, run around in the woods, you know, with her, you know how kids are. You know, Summer was always with the boys. She wouldn't just go wander off by herself.
Yeah, well, that was my next question because Crystal had also told me that she would see the kids wander down on the beach creek, and I was going to ask you, have you ever seen Summer wander off? So tell me about Summer running down the driveway and the kids kind of just being out on their own.
Yes, I have several different times. Me and David have several different times. They won't appear nowhere around.
You know, I even asked John because I was trying to figure out, you know, something. You know, it was just so devastating. You know what I mean? But
The only time she wandered off was with me, both of the brothers, or all of us.
you know, and every time we were there, them 4 kids was out playing together.
Did you ever see them down on the road?
A couple different times, yes.
Summer too?
Summer too, yes.
Can you tell me again about Summer drinking the beer and the kids smoking weed?
Yes, me and my boyfriend at the time, David, we went up there to see if I can get like enough blood to grow a joint or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And they said, yeah, they got me and they had some for me there, and I went up there to get it, and they already had one on the road, and they were about to light up, so we stayed there and stayed with them for a little bit. Summer was going around the house and did the.
I figured out after Ziggy playing this last night, I finally figured out, I put an Audible or something on here. I figured out what she was saying. And Candace wanted us to get Ghost with them. Y'all ever hear that saying, like, let's go get Ghost? That's so old. That's why I love Crystal. Do you guys see? These people are human. She's like, Candace wanted us to go get Ghost with her or whatever.
Stuff she knew she could drink out of. And yep, she took a first beer bottle of a half full beer, and she just turned it up like it was I could pick up a milk or whatever.
And you said Dawn was holding her at the time.
Donnie was holding her at the time, and he was just laughing about it. Candace was across the joint behind the corner, and one of her boys just picked up and started hitting it like it was a damn cigarette.
Did you ever witness them give the kids weed?
I just said, Candace tossed the joint on the countertop and watched her son pick it up and hit it like a darn cigarette.
But you never seen them get. The reason I believe that happened is because she got so angry with me when I asked her to confirm it. When they say something like that, I always try to ask twice, just to make sure. Dawn and Candace, I'm going to be honest with you. That's a con for you. I believe that. Dudley said it. I believe others have said it. Again, in my chat, we talked about that. Our parents gave us, me and Lady Orr, weed at 11 years old. I just try to look at things and listen and re-listen to figure out, is it truth? Is it not truth? We're all shitty parents at some point. That doesn't mean Dawn and Candace did anything to Summer, but it's a con. Give them like a bag of weed or...
No.
Okay.
I seen them smoke weed with the kid, yeah.
Do you know which child it was?
I want to Dwight. Dwight is one of the kids' name, I believe.
Wyatt?
Wyatt? Yeah.
Crystal told me that she had seen Candace and Dawn allowing the kids to smoke weed. Like Candace would leave a joint in the ashtray and one of the children would pick it up. Do I believe David here? No. I think David lives by the I don't snitch code. Fuck that. Just my opinion. Is it right? No. But that's how he lives. Would pick the joint up and smoke it, and Candace would allow it. She would leave it there, and that Crystal had witnessed this. Have you ever witnessed anything like that?
No, I hadn't sit there and done. I don't do nothing like that in front of youngin', you know.
Do you know? Have you ever?
That was probably one of them nights that they were sitting up there partying or whatever. You know what I mean? While I was sitting there.
However, I believe that happened far more often than David being up on the hill. I believe Crystal was on the hill more than David was. I do believe David was at home with the baby.
Taking care of John, I couldn't. Honestly, I couldn't tell you that I'd seen it. You know what I mean? Because I hadn't.
Yeah, well, she told me that night in particular, Crystal says he's seen it. She went up on the hill with her boyfriend David at the time. It's okay, he can lie to me. I feel like I could smell the bullshit there, though. I could be wrong. Okay. In particular, she wasn't there long. That she had just stopped by to smoke with Candace because one of them had called each other and said that they were going to smoke with her, and she went. Lynn, do you smoke? Can I ask? Just curious. I'm not attacking you. Not at all. Because I smoke and I'm putting myself out there. I have an aunt. When I'm out, I'll call her and I'll be like, yo, can I spot a 20 off you? That's what smokers do, and I believe it. Dawn and Candace drank. I don't think they were as thrifty with their money as people think. I think Dawn saved. But when I'm broke, I'll call my aunt like, hey, can I spot a 20 off you? She doesn't sell. She has her own stash. She's in her 70s. Right. You fronted a dub last week. I definitely can see that happening. You can disagree. It's okay. But that's just the way I look at it. Okay, hold on. Up the smoke, and Candace had left the thing in the ashtray for the boy to grab.
I couldn't tell you nothing on that, hon. I weren't there. I don't get involved in nothing like that. And like I say, I like them, to a point, but, as far as, associating, like I'm going up there every day, it was mainly for the kids. Kansas was a nice girl, I thought. I didn't consider her business. She's always treated me and John nice. You know what I mean?
Were the boys ever mean to Summer?
Yeah, pulling clothes pushing her down, leaving bruises, beating the crap out of her? No.
Okay. So that's the end of the Brit videos. Yeah, I never smoked around my kids neither. No, my son has the heart transplant. He's in his 20s. He just got a medical card, but they stated on his card, mine's different. I'm not a transplant. I get it for anxiety. I have heart failure. I don't know if I would have been accepted for heart failure. That wasn't on the application, but he just got it. But on his, it specifically states he's only allowed to get edibles and like the drops and things like that. But my kids didn't know that I smoked. Like, I knew they smoked before they knew I smoked. All of my kids do some sort, but they're all adults. My daughter didn't tell me till she was 18, but I knew. I kept an eye. My daughter's smart. She makes honor roll. You know what I mean? As long as she kept her grades up, who am I to say anything? I have no problem with weed. I would never give my underage child weed like my mother did. But they're 18. What can you do? You can't control your kids forever. Right. Snitches get stitches. That's why we got to quit attacking them people in that community. Like, it's okay if you talk to somebody to talk about the things they've spoken about. But holy cow, guys, it's gotten really bad. Yeah, edibles. I like edibles sometimes. My son gave me one of his gummies last time he was here. He was so excited because he's not allowed to smoke because of his heart. Oh. We're all just human, and people need to start looking at these cases like that and what they're doing. Maybe I'm making a fool out of myself. Maybe people don't like it. Maybe I look crazy like they've been saying. Trying to tell me I ain't had the proof. I've had the proof the whole time with all of this. There's even proof of things TBI said in here, like coincided with things I did. proving they were looking into these things. I was trying to debunk the shit. However, in all of that, there are a few people I worry about. Fred, the main. Do I think the only? No. Because of the fuck shit that has gone on YouTube. Weird ass lawsuits and don't listen to the crap. They can get stuffed. Right. Not always, Diamond Eyes, because I like the chat, and it took me a little bit. I remember the reason why them videos are so cut. Because Ziggy said that last night, too. I wish she would just do the whole thing. The reason why is because I'm also a chatter, and I like to talk, and I kept talking over her. I have a really bad problem of doing that. But I try to think hard about the questions I'm going to ask. And are the questions always the right questions? No. I never should have asked that question in front of that baby like that, knowing he was there. I didn't even know that little boy was in the background till halfway through the interview. But I can look back on that and say the next person I interview, I'll make sure that never happens again. You know? Yeah, very, very, very bad con artist. What's some stories? Or like on The Wizard of Oz, where she goes to that little thing and the guy's trying to sell, you know what I'm talking about. Just something's not right with Fred. I hope he is innocent. If he's guilty of anything, I hope he is. Thank you, Lynn. I like you too. Try to like everybody. Hold on, guys, one sec. You just got to be honest with people. Like these other creators, in my opinion, they come out here, okay, and they try to act like their lives are perfect and try to out who has a worse life. Doxing them, sending police to their house. Even the creators are victims of creators. It isn't just the neighborhood. You have a whole community of harassers. If they don't like the creator, they cause all the hell they can in their lives. Real lives. None of us are perfect. You're right, Lady R. Rubbish bags and toilet paper on his wish list. Come on, man. You married him, Ziggy. You're financially responsible for him now. You send it. Yeah, Hattie. And, you know, you and I had a little tiff too. I love you. I was never mad at you. I just had to stay focused. I really haven't been in my inbox much at all. I've been ignoring my husband and everybody. I for real don't even like Facebook no more after all this. I just did so bad. I'm fearful. I'm going to be honest with you. And this isn't just against you, Hattie. It's against everybody. I trust no one. I've never felt like this in my life. I've never really had anybody to trust. Except for my husband in my own life. I learned to trust my husband after a whole lifetime of not trusting. And when I got to YouTube and realized what creators do over here, that did a whole lot of damage learning to earn trust. It like shattered all of it. You know what I mean? I don't even know how to explain it mentally, how that does, because I couldn't believe people covering a missing child's case could get out there and do the things they were doing in a case like this. So it has become very hard for me to talk to anybody. I made best friends with that Gary girl. We were doing eBay together, bidding on beads, talking about doing crafts on a live she would never do. And she just kept like interrupting me, and it felt like she had me trying not to look into things I wanted to look into, and she wouldn't listen to the things I would ask her to listen to. I wanted a partner. And she just kept doing shady shit to me. So now I just want to do this all by myself. If I need something, I'll let you guys know what I need. If you see something I'm talking about, of course, send it. But I'm not in my inbox like I used to be. And it's not that I don't want to be friends with people. I just think we have a platform where we don't need to be sneaky. We can talk about it and try to figure it out and not attack people and send sneaky shit in the back chats. Like, I definitely never want to cover a case the way I've covered Summers. Oh, no, I didn't. I haven't even checked Messenger in days except for the picture of the escort. And I knew that was coming. And, yeah. And I checked to see if maybe Fred's sisters wrote me last night, but I haven't even been on it today. Just for now, Lynn, I want to learn to trust people again on here, and I want people to learn to trust me, and I want to build a different kind of true crime community over here. If we disagree, why do we got to hate each other? Why can't we explain our explanation for disagreeing and seeing if we can start to agree? Oh, yes. Yes, Lady R. Let's go do that now. Hold on. Let's hope she didn't take it down. I mean, I just really have fucking questions. Trust and believe. I don't even understand why this shit's happening to me the way it is. And I do feel crazy at times. Oh, she's live now. Who knows what she's talking about, but okay.
Sir? Okay, I'm just... What did he do to...
I can't stand that. I can't stand her introduction.
He loves those wieners, like, oh my gosh, she told me.
And this too, you're covering a missing kid. Who wants the wiener? And she makes jokes about it. Sounds like Doug. AB. Dolly.
She told me. Hey, Wonder Star. Hey, Country Girl, Marlena. Mama T. Sorry if I'm Whistle. So, okay, I think I said hi to everybody I see in here right now. Oh, there's Rhonda and Michelle Hatfield. If I didn't say hi, it's because I didn't see you. I promise I'm not ignoring anybody. For some reason, sometimes I don't see comments, and I later on go look, and I'm like, oh, which I don't rewatch my videos that often at all. And I'll notice like comments. I'm like, what the hell? Where did that come from? I don't remember I didn't see that comment, you know? I notice how much I miss, like when I watch back. Me love wieners, says Jenny. Well, hello there, hubby. Hey, Liplock, Moonshine Girl. So, Grace, and hey, everybody. So, I hate nothing more than having to sit through forever waiting for the host to say hi to everybody. Well, there's things I hate more, but so it's kind of not true. But anyways.
Because you don't have respect. Although I have to agree, I fuck up and do that too. I don't always say hello, I just jabber. If I didn't say hello to you tonight, hello.
So after much like debate, I decided to go live over here. I had my live set up to go over on my tarot channel.
Okay, so I'm not going to be able to see chat for a little bit. I'm going to go over so that I can pause and talk to you guys, and then I'll go back and read the chat later. Okay? So I'm not ignoring you. I'm just reacting to Ziggy for you guys.
On Empress Ziggy to and to just kind of lay low for the evening and stuff. And I hate responding to any of the shit people put out there because I know what they're doing, and I know that they're just wanting.
Damn it, I muted my mic before I came over here. I was saying, she always says that before responding. I hate responding. She loves it, but nothing more because she knows it's going to get people to go watch her stupid fucking reaction. Attention whore.
Views and stuff. But I kind of got peer pressured into this one. I won't call anybody out. Hey, Mimi, I'm sick.
Why won't you call anybody out? Who peer pressured you? Was it Fred? I doubt it. Jam?
But I've heard that, let's see, how long has she been live now?
She's bothered about how long I'm live. Watch this. You sweat and zig.
She's been live for, since over 2 hours ago. It seems like she's been on way longer than that.
Tells me you're nervous.
It's got to be pushing 3 because it's like, we're talking about Crystal Crime time, of course. Hey, Kathy. I don't understand.
Hi, liar.
I guess we're going to watch some of the shit she's saying, and, she wants answers to your questions. So, well, I'll respond. She's probably not going to be talking to Fred anytime soon, but
I don't need to no more. Never really did, honestly. His non-response makes it look bad, though, Ziggy.
Maybe he'll decide to respond in chat if he feels like it. Hey, Nikita. Hey, Kate, you and Jessica, Michelle Davis. I have no idea the stuff that's in her video or whatever, and the stuff that she's claiming. But first, I guess let's go to okay. What's she going on about, Carla?
There we go.
Okay, so she's going to be doing Quentin Simon. So this woman's been stalking, harassing her, supposedly.
She has.
Crystal, look at your post
Look at him. I'm
right
being-
here. Like I don't have trolls, Crystal. I don't.
Has anybody been reading my comments and my community posts lately and on my videos? Ziggy, go look. I have trolls. Jam attacked me, oh my God, for a year. The problem is your trolls don't even know how to troll.
Send people to your channel or anybody's channel. I don't have a Discord where I watch with anybody or anything. I don't watch the only time I hear about what you're saying is when people contact me. Hence right now why I'm even responding. So that's absolutely incorrect. So, okay, look, Fred went to jail, no collecting 200 Pasco after he did that stuff to Laura. See, like what she says, did what stuff to Laura?
Shot at her, beat her. You were disregarding Karen's comments in this video yesterday. Had you been in the chat and shut your damn yap, you would have seen she said that. Well, you spread around that her and her sister are on bath salts and ice or something. Remember, it was a whole story. Do you confirm anything? Did you ask Fred when you first met him to confirm that story? Have you seen proof of it? Right. One of the first games of Fred said.
You know, like that's what I always keep hearing as people say, like, oh, this person's a liar, this person's a snitch, or this person's this or that, but they don't put any proof. They say this, like she's doing.
You're not looking at the proof. You're reading things without watching everything and paying attention. And you're doing it purposefully. Or you're really watching and you're lying to your subs. Per usual.
Doing this, like right here, after he did what stuff to Laura? After he did what to Laura? Are you freaking kidding me right now? After he did what to Laura? What did he do to Laura before he went to jail? Okay. He was never in court. Yes, he was. There is no way in hell a CPS worker sat on his lap. What? Okay. I think I did go over this maybe a little bit yesterday. Maybe not. I don't know.
So I have to go back and listen to the story about the sisters. It's cut up. I haven't listened. In here, she will state that Fred said that the very first time she interviewed him. I do not believe that that's true. Could be. I think it was later on. Maybe the second, third interview. So it would be those dates that we would look at, not the one she's stating. I'll show that though. But it doesn't matter. Even being cuffed in court, there's no reason for a DCS worker who's going to be standing nowhere near that man to sit on his lap. It's not like he's going to be sitting next to Laura in court out in the open. He's going to have officers with him. Do you think that would ever happen? You've been to court for custody, haven't you? You know how it works, you idiot.
Can't remember. But why wouldn't he be in court during the CPS case? He even says in his interview that he was in shackles. They brought him in. The kids were taken after he was in jail when CPS came by the house, and you have the documents, Crystal.
So after they taken him to jail, when CPS came to the house, They're not even in the same room together at that point. Hint, his story's a lie.
You know, Fred wasn't even there.
No shit. When they took the kids, because he went straight to jail. I'm betting the CPS hearing was held without him, the first one. He's being booked for shooting a gun. They're not going to take him to a CPS hearing. He's not getting them kids back at that point.
And why? How is he copying Crystal? That makes no sense. I pulled up your David interviews right before going live, and the earliest is like of September of 2022. That's after my second interview with Fred.
They're the first videos on my channel. Please remember your friend Scott and you sat on panel helping to take me down. I had to start a whole new channel. Those videos were on my previous channel, you fucking numbnut.
I had known Fred a whole year and a half by the time you talked to David. He had already put out the story about the CPS worker and stuff.
I had talked to Linda like a long ass time before you even talked to Fred. November to January.
Said that in our conversations, and I don't know why you're focusing on that anyways. Ask Laura about that. She was really pissed.
Laura has her own issues. I don't need to go hound her. She's still a suspect too, Ziggy.
I told you to ask Laura about it. She was really unhappy. So, anyways, but who cares about this? It's about Summer. And
who cares about it? Because it shows Fred's character and that he's been bullshitting since interview 2.
And saying that he's copying David.
Which was in June. It's Summer's Day.
That doesn't even make sense. Like, we're trying to understand why you think that. So that's why I guess we're going to listen to a little.
I showed something he said that mimicked while we were going through. At this point, I can't remember what it is, but Ziggy, go back in my live and watch it. Oh, no, you won't, or you'll pretend you don't.
A little bit of your live, because I don't understand why you would say that when you talk to David after I talked to Fred, like way after I talked to Fred, and way after are you sure it's not the other way around? Even if he was in the courtroom, he was cuffed.
100% sure. I know when I spoke to these people. Maybe not the exact dates, but I know it was before your June interview with Fred.
Cuffed? Yes, he was. It happened while he was cuffed. He even says it. Oh my gosh. See, these families used to be extremely close. Miss Linda lived with Freddie, the snitch's daddy, at one time.
They may have cleared something up for me. I think they're correct about this. I'll admit when I'm wrong. His sister come in yesterday and said Ronald Hill never lived with this woman. After remembering, I think Ziggy's right. It was Rick Hill. However, listen to what she says. Fred denies this man to be an uncle, and then they go on and tell stories about how Fred thinks that his dad ain't his dad and his uncle's his dad. And his sister mentioned that in my chat yesterday, and I was very confused, but now I know why it was said. Ziggy, dude, stop it. You're hurting Fred's family. How can you love somebody and want to hurt people who care about him?
Fred, did Linda live with your dad? Also, Linda does not care for your buddy David Britt. Okay, so I don't know why you're using her as your
If you would have been watching my live, you would have known I said that. And that I've been saying it since 2021.
Because she is not like David Britt. She's the one that called CPS on him. And guys,
Oh, that's what it was. The David testing positive. Linda said it. Nobody else said it.
his son take it away to begin with. And then he blamed it on Dawn after it actually happened because the cops were questioning him about Summer Wells.
He did blame it on Dawn. And the cops were questioning him because I called them. Idiot.
Yeah, your buddy is questioned about David or about Summer going missing. And cops really thought he was involved for some reason. And because, well, actually, it's because David thought it was because Dawn called or told police to, gave his name. And so he blamed it on Dawn for his kid getting taken away because they tested him.
The kid wasn't taken away, and that's not what happened. It's in my videos. Linda said he tested positive. The courts gave him custody anyway. Quit lying.
His alcohol or his blood, and he had meth and cocaine in his system because he was so messed up when they came and interviewed him about Summer Wells that CPS got involved, and they took it, and that was the last.
CPS was already involved because Linda's been calling them for years on him, along with Eric Jr.'s father. Stop it.
Straw before he got his child took.
The child was never taken.
So, yeah, and Linda does not care for. She thinks that he's the biggest pedo POS ever. So I don't know why you're using her as anything.
Because I had a conversation with her. A few. At the beginning.
Thank you, country girl Ann.
Cha-ching. Gang, gang.
Country girl Ann. Now we have two country girls. Linda and Rick Hill. No, Rick Hill. Okay. Is that your uncle, Fred? Yeah, so there you go. Linda did not live with Fred's dad, Ronald.
Excuse me, I was wrong. Sorry, Ziggy. I can admit it. Will you?
Well, his one that raised them. It's questionable whether that's actually his real biological father. There's more.
You're sick in the fucking head. You're so sick in the head.
We'll talk about that at a later date.
No, you won't. Get the fuck off YouTube.
But it's questionable that possibly one of his uncles is his dad, but not freaking Rick.
So now she's confirming Rick's the uncle, and then she's going to go on and say he's not even his uncle.
No relation, says Fred.
Let's confirm that with the sisters if they want to come in and confirm that. I'm not on chat, though. Sorry, guys.
I should reach out to her. It's been a long time, actually.
It has. She got angry with me and quit writing me after I put a Christmas wish list up for the baby because she didn't want me to help David in any way. That's truth.
I bet she could tell the story of your arrest. Oh, and wasn't Laura really arrested the same people that robbed Miss Linda's store for gas? I mean, since you watched my
video
snitch. What? She's never watched your videos. We didn't even know that you had talked to David Britt. We just pulled him up today, and you only have like 600 views on him. Like, what the
Because you blocked people from looking at him with Scott H.
hell? Why do you think that people you act like you're so fucking important, dude? I'm sorry.
I don't think I'm important. Summer Wells is important, and you're spreading bullshit rumors, false information in her case. That's truth. Jody's right about that.
Sorry, but why do we have not seen him?
I say Fred has.
Tell the story of your arrest. Why would Linda be able to tell the story of Fred's arrest? That wasn't even
Because she knows the family, and she told you she chats with everybody on the phone from the area.
even here. Do you understand that was in a different state, Crystal?
Yes, Ziggy. No shit. Anybody with a half a brain cell can look it up.
Good God. So anything she'd be able to tell, it would be hearsay anyways, whether good or bad, really, because she wasn't there.
Google it. Go get the court papers. If it's hearsay, prove me wrong. Tell Fred to go order the court papers if he doesn't have them, as you say. He can do that for that case in Virginia.
Wasn't even in the same state. And as far as, wasn't Laura really arrested the same people that robbed Miss Linda's store for gas? First of all, was she arrested with them?
No, she was arrested, but there were other people in the car. The people in the car robbed her, according to her. Or did you forget that? Or you just don't fucking care? Let's send shit to Fred. Oh, wait. You took cash apps that night for Laura, too. Remember? How about the other night when you were splitting them? Oh, half for me, half for Fred. Wait. We'll be talking about your emojis here in a little bit.
When? Thank you, Whistle. And that's Laura, for one. That's not Fred. But because, and if you're talking about her arrest after Fred was in jail when she was arrested, if you're talking about the recent arrest, because she was only arrested when she doesn't have their record. She hadn't been in trouble for over 20 years before that. So I'm not sure. So that had to have been this last arrest that you're talking about in 2023 for the possession, and she was with Brandon.
I know I looked Laura's arrest record up before. I honestly can't remember what it is. So I'm not going to dispute her there.
Brandon Clark. I don't know. Was Brandon Clark the one that robbed Linda's store?
Figure it out.
I mean, I hear that he's he's not the most trustworthy. So, but is that, I don't know how that's, once again, on Fred.
I think Fred's not the most trustworthy. I have to question, are you going after Brandon because he did the video with JLR and he came public, so Fred decided to make him a target? It seems Fred likes to make people targets, right? We don't know what the situation is. I honestly don't know where Laura's staying, whose house she's staying in. I don't know where she's at this moment. I know while Fred was in jail, and she was not, she was on Light Hauler, but I do not know whose home she was at.
You were sent pics of a car. That's not Fred's yard. I just watched White Boy's video of Fred Hill's property.
Yes, it is.
And he described the car, and it was an old VW Rabbit Wow car. So it's no. Oh my God.
White Boy clearly stated it was the father's property that the car was on. You can't even lie about shit that doesn't even matter. I mean, you can't even tell the truth about shit that doesn't even really matter. You just got to lie to dispute everybody. Because you're always right, Ziggy. Fred and Ziggy said.
The escort is not on the property there. Wasn't the escort towed off, though? Isn't that why the VW... What is she talking about, Fred?
Where'd he drop it off? He said the junkyard has receipts. Go get them. Everybody in this community has been asked to show receipts. I've been demanded of it. They've been there the whole time. Your turn. Show the junkyard receipts, Fred, Ziggy.
What the hell? This doesn't even make sense. The vehicle that you're talking about, the car that this video or whatever, are you sure the car wasn't parked in David Bay's driveway?
Uphill, not down. Watch White Boy's video. Again, idiot.
And instead of Fred's? God. Because Fred, whatever this is, he says it was parked at David Bay's. You're
lies.
We're not very good at this stuff.
No, you're not.
She says he was shooting at Laura when he was arrested.
He was. She ran to the neighbors with the baby. It's in the court papers.
When he was.
And actually, if I remember correctly, I think those papers even said too. I can't pull them out. I can't show them because I can't find them again. But I'm telling you, I read them. I actually believe it said there were 2 children there. One was in school.
Who was shooting at Laura?
That could be a misquote. However, that's what I think I remember.
Fred, do you know anything about Laura being with, like, is it so? What this would have had to been in 2023. So Fred hasn't even really talked. Hasn't even.
What did she do?
Really talked to Laura since that much.
Since you destroyed their lives even more. What does it matter? Somebody's going to prison over in that direction.
It's her arrest. So if it's about that,
eventually
arrest, I doubt that he would know much about it, except the fact who she was, like what he's heard, just like us, but so
I just checked chat. No, I didn't see Allie. Is she in there? There's a gray VW and it is Bay's driveway. Okay, I'm wrong. You were right. Thank you. There were cameras at the Thompsons and Chambers, maybe more. Yeah. Well, we heard about the ones at the Chambers. I didn't know about the one at the Thompsons, but that's good to know because that would be the direction that Jody Sue heard the car door from. And Fred said he's seen the truck, right? Right there where the fire pit is. Is that correct? It doesn't not matter when Ziggy is wrong. It's okay, Running Bear. I misspell stuff all the time. I'm horrible. I seriously have an 8th grade education, so. Yes. Thank you, Allie. Okay, I'm going to go turn it back on. I won't be seeing chat. I'll check in a few. Another 15 minutes, okay? Every 15 minutes, I'll check in. I want to get through this because I'm so sick of her.
Oh, yeah. This other vehicle that you're talking about that was parked that white boy had or whatever, that wasn't Fred's. It wasn't on Fred's property.
That was just confirmed. You're right. Oh, Ellie, wait a minute. Is the Escort on your property or on your dad's? Was it there after the 15th? Did you see the Escort prior to or after? Oh, wait a second. Looks like faded. Ask a sister, Green Eyes. She's here. Just don't be demanding. You behave, mister. I'll time you out and you know it. Dawn had an old Subaru? I didn't know that. Ellie has that footage and has not returned it. Awesome. That's good news. Thank you for letting me know that. All right, I'll go put the video on. I'll check in a minute to see if she answers about the Escort. Oh, wait. It was still there at 3 p.m. on the 15th. After that, I don't know when it was moved. You seen it at 3 p.m. on the 15th? Ah, you just confirmed something with me. Thank you. Was you in the blue van? With your daughter, right? Thank you, Ellie, and thank you for being honest about that. I appreciate that, if I'm right. Jody Sue made a big ordeal about that. We'll talk about it if you confirm it, but that shows Fred's sister's honesty, Ziggy. I appreciate that. Okay, let me put this back on.
Wait, guys, I just figured something out. Fred has been trying to mimic David Britt's story. He been paid attention to my Britt's video since day one. I caught 2 things he said. David told me about the CPS worker sitting on his lap at court. It's in my videos. David also told me about being asked to wear a wire. The CPS worker.
Okay. It's still a confirmation. I so appreciate that. Do you know that was my first question to Jody Sue? And she accused me of being a racist or accusing her of being racist. It turned into a big freaking ordeal. You just cleared up so much for me. Thank you. Let's go back to the video.
Sitting on his lap, though. Dude, Fred said it first. You've got to be kidding me right now, Crystal. I hadn't even seen this one yet. I heard that she was saying this. I saw that she was insinuating this above, but Fred's interviews were before David's. You're really not that stupid, are you? I'm sorry, but...
Not his second interview, Ziggy, where he answered that question. Not his second interview.
This is like ridiculous. It only takes a little bit of research. All I had to do was Google or freaking search David Britt on YouTube, and your videos came right up. And the date
Of course.
Of them were September of 2022. I had already had my first 2 interviews with Fred by that time.
I've already built 2 channels by that time because of you. Partially.
Already been to Tennessee twice by that time. You're late to the party, girl. I know what the fuck I'm doing.
I don't have to go to Tennessee to get answers.
You may need to probably talk to David about his story. If his story...
I did. Go watch the live instead of reading my community posts with not understanding what the hell's going on. Idiot.
Story sounds similar to Fred, then you need to ask why was he listening to Fred's interviews and copying. That's what I would say.
Fred wants to be David. Jealousy's crazy, dude. Oh, Ellie, I'll come to chat in a minute. Can you answer for me? Is Rick Crawford your uncle?
You were the one going to talk to Laura. You asked Laura about the CPS worker.
I don't have to. It's common sense.
David Britt. He was a person, supposedly a person of interest in the Summer Wells case, like early on, supposedly.
Because of me. Partially. He was being looked at before. Everybody in Ben Hill was being looked at. Everybody in Beach Creek was being looked at. Everybody was a suspect. These people were being looked at because they were the people closest to Dawn and Candace Wills. However, the internet spread around that it was Jody Sue and Andy that was the closest to Dawn and Candace Wills.
He had a missing niece out of Florida that we were looking, and he was a very big prime suspect in that too.
No, he wasn't. That was confirmed with the police, with me. He was never a suspect in that case. The officer also confirmed with me that they always look at the family, so her father was looked into. They found nothing with him.
But they recently found that girl's body, and it doesn't look like he's involved, but
because he's not.
There's a girl missing out of Florida. She was found just a couple months ago. She went.
And look what you're doing to their family. 20 years with no answers, and you're on here bringing up all their shit trying to get people to go attack them. Stop it.
Missing 20 years ago. And it was David.
I'm going to come to chat, see if Ellie answered that. Okay, let me go up to where I was. Ooh, you guys are chatting. Okay, let me just look for Ellie. There were tree trimmers near Simpson Loop, Anna Thompson's driveway at 3 p.m. also. Didn't I say that the other day, guys? The Jody Sue had stated even the tree trimmers were down there parked. I wonder. Jody Sue claims they were there the next day. And even for maybe 2 days after, she complained about them because they kept trying to take wood piles off of her, off of their land. She claimed she was being sent down. Do I know if that's true or not? No, Andy didn't answer that the other day when I talked about it. Running Bear mental illness. No, he is not. No, he is not. What's that too? Oh boy, I'm really behind. The incident was that they accidentally cut a guild wire to a light pole and was having to fix it. Awesome. Okay, so do you know, did they trim down all of that by the creek, going on to Beach Creek, up that landing to the Wills? Was that there, or do you know, did Don do that himself? Because Pell said that Don was out there with a mower cutting that down like he never seen before. Look how much has been cleared up. Okay, Ziggy needs to be responsible. Right. And hasn't. Yeah. That's the Pittsburgh in me. It was near Simpson Loop and the Thompson's driveway. Oh my God. Do you know what she just did, guys? The white truck Laura seen was a work truck. Seems like I seen it was a white truck. Ziggy changed it. The tree trimmers and the accident happened on Jody Sue's property. Oh. Yeah, but that wouldn't make sense. Never mind. I'm not going to go with that thought because Candace didn't get home till, what did they say, 3:08? But that's never been concerned. You know, what picture did Lawson say was the last picture they seen this summer? Was it the swimming hole? But that makes sense. There's your car door slam that Jody heard. She was waking up by a noise at 2:30. Oh my God. Ellie, you're amazing. Jody Sue was waking up by a noise at 2:30. She texts Sandy, I was woken up by a noise. A little while later, she hears a car door slam. Fred says there seems like there was a truck coming out of that area. Whatever happened, possibly happened right there. Yes, we got to relook at everything. Okay, hold on. I skipped a little. Dude. Why are they keeping that a secret? Something happened. The electric went out. It's the same exact spot. Fred sees the truck and Jody hears the car door slam. Oh, but that would have happened. See, that doesn't... Ellie, were the tree trimmers in there prior to June 15th, or was that their first day in there? Really, Green Eyes. So Jackie Dobbs' vehicle was at Andy's driveway. Was it on the 15th or the 14th? Did the electrical thing happen on the 14th, maybe? Oh my God, you're amazing right now. Thank you so much for doing this. Yeah, are the meth monkeys real? Yeah. Do you know if Dobbs was there on the 15th? She did say she was going to send her daughter down to the mailbox, but wasn't that a different day, Green Eyes? It seems like Julie and Karen were really taking care of the parents. Thank you so much, Karen, for doing this. Ellie, I'm sorry. Whatever, if you don't want me to call you by your name. Thank you. There are cameras the TBI needs to, yeah. I think the TBI has them. They have their answers. The 15th at 3 it went out. Oh my God. See, there are things we don't know. Why doesn't Jody want us to know that? Guys. That's weird. She's never seen a monkey. Thank you. Something happened, Birdie. Something. Why doesn't Jody want that to be known? After Ziggy gave Jody. What? Yeah. This has been a tremendous help. Look how much was cleared out in 1 second. No, but Innocent, she said the tree cutters didn't come until after the electric went out. Oh, no. She didn't answer that, I think. Do you know if there were any tree cutters there on the 14th? Or do you know anything about the fight with Jackie Dobbs, if that's okay? My sister lived closer than me and was always there trying to help and more available because I work full time. Yeah. How sad. I'm so sorry that Fred's Putchin's in this. Thousands of dollars worth of gifts. Yeah, they all have stories. And maybe the tree cutters were there, but I feel like whatever caused that power outage here, a scream, a door slam, the police have it. They have to know. If there's cameras up the Thompsons' driveway, although their driveway's kind of like, yeah, that's where the tree trimmers would park, but how far up into the woods there would they go? They were there. Oh, that's Innocent. No power, no Wi-Fi. Oh man, that area needs so much help. Yep. And you know, guys, we have to remember Karen's also part of Andy's family. In my opinion, Jody's put that family through the ringer. She's helped it. Everything, yeah? Okay, let me go back to my video. I want to make sure I respond. I'm not going to mute the mic. I'm not going to be looking at chat for a few minutes. You guys are doing great asking Karen questions and not bombarding her. Remember, once she answers it, it's answered. And no rudeness to nobody. I know yous haven't been, and I'm yelling, but that's it before anybody does it yell. If the bullies come in, ignore them. We only got 60 people in here. It ain't. Okay.
David Britt's niece. Then he, in his videos, I guess he told Crystal that his son and Summer were best friends, and that he used to bring his son up there all the time to play with Summer.
He did.
We watched some of Ziggy's live. All she does is lie, lie, lie. I guess we'll be going over my Brit videos next. I have David's whole custody battles recorded from 3 sides. Linda, David Britt, and Crystal Spencer herself, and none of them like each other. Like, I like all 3.
And I've done nothing but for 2 lives sit here and explain that.
Yeah, they don't like each other. So why do you think Linda's going to even... Here we go. Should we watch her live if it is misinformation? Well, who gets to decide if it's misinformation? You? I mean, because...
Do you get to decide? Did you do any research? Is it you that gets to decide, Ziggy? What makes you the ruler of Summer's case?
Everything I'm seeing here is like completely not true. Why would you say he wasn't in court during the CPS case? Don't you understand they transfer him from the jail?
Because they took him to jail. The kids were immediately taken. It would have been an emergency hearing.
Jail? God, I don't even know. This is so dumb, dude. In a drool cup, right? She does, Scott.
In a puke bag, right? She's talking to Scott. Look who's still over there. See, guys? Oh, Karen. Do you know who Scott H is? Have you ever seen his page? Can you tell me if you ever seen him in real life? I'd appreciate that. Okay.
Hey, Audrey's Journey. Hey, Second to No One. It's just... So I'm trying to think, what should we listen to first? If we should listen to go over live to see what... I should have made my live, David is trying to be Fred, because if all she had to do is search... Here, let's just search this real quick and show you guys what I'm talking about. Here's her videos with David Britt, okay, that she claims that she just unprivated, but yet we copied her, right?
She's going to ask when I privated them. It wasn't that long ago, Ziggy. It was when Autumn passed away. Or when they found Autumn's remains. I privated them. I was affected. This was a part of the case that I really put my heart into. Not just for Summer, but for another missing child. Try it sometime. Be here for the good.
You just unprivated these, but we fucking copied you. You literally have 338 views on this video right here. Hardly any.
That's your fault. That's Scott's fault. That's Benny's fault. That's Tiffany's fault. That's Jody's fault. Linda's fault. Chicken on a Stick's fault. Squall's fault. And your fault.
Anybody's watched these. The most you have is 1,000 views on one of them. All the other ones, the highest you have is like 650 views. Like, what the hell? Why do you think that we used your information? I've never used you as a source of info.
I think Fred used my information. I don't think you used my information because I don't think you've researched a goddamn thing through this whole damn case. I think you go by what people tell you. You make things up. You have fake CPS reports, and I think you're sick in the head.
Oh, Crystal, because you're a drama channel. You just like putting out like misinformation and just whatever you can think of.
I'm going to come in the chat and see your responses to that. Listen, if I miss anything in chat, I will come back and read the whole chat. Hold on. Oh, wait. Yeah, Scott H. Let's go down. Oh. Hold on. Okay, so yins aren't talking about Scott H. I'm lost. I'm going to have to come back and read these because there's a lot. Okay. I got to come back. You guys are going to have to catch me up because I'm a little lost over here responding to Ziggy. Keep it up, though. I'll save my chat and come back and read it. Ellie, thank you.
Anything you can say to go against, anything you do to get views, say or do to get views. So let's go to part 1.
Now's the time where you tell me everything's going to be okay.
Everything's going to be okay.
You don't know that.
September 19th, 2022.
Hold on, guys. Joined September 18th, 2022. This is my second channel, Ziggy. Them videos were out way prior to that. Thank you. This channel was created September 18th, 2022. I took my channel down in June 2022.
Is that really the first time you have something about David Britt on your channel?
On my new channel, yes.
September 26th, 2022. All right, let's
I posted some videos a little bit later because I wanted to give people time to watch them. My name ain't Sage and I don't go pushing 54 videos. If people don't want to watch it, I'm not going to rush to go put people's business out there. You don't want to pay attention to it and do the correct research. I don't know what to tell you.
Ask Crystal Spencer. Ask him, why don't you ask Linda how old David was or how old Crystal was when David started creeping around her?
She was an adult. Linda had no control over what Crystal did. Crystal had already made bad decisions One of her children already lived with their father, and that's none of your damn business.
Because you know there's a 25-ish year age difference, right?
The whole YouTube knows. They've been known. The only one lost in the dark here, Ziggy, is you. I've spoken about this back in 2021.
Oh no! I wonder why.
Guys, I really got to run to the bathroom. I'm going to let you listen. I'll still be responding, but my mic won't be on. If I have anything to say, I'll pause when I get back because I can still see.
Well, hey, it's a thought that counts, Diana. That must be okay. So somebody commented in her chat. So this has to be one of Fred's sisters. I mean, I don't know who else this is. I'll show it. Thanks for sending me this. I don't know who it is. They're in Crystal's chat under Ellie, I guess, right now. And they're saying a So my guess is Ellie is either Karen or about what situation? Casey or Lips, why are you here? You were saying that Fred is definitely involved. Why would you say Fred is definitely involved? That was pretty shady just because you had a psych.
Okay, two things I want to address while she stepped away. Ziggy, his sister came to your chat. I watched it. She tried to clear up misinformation with you, at which point you attacked her. You didn't even bother to look at it and try to compare the information and do the right thing and put the right information out there. Instead, you continued to stick up for Fred, as you do now, twist the story and try to change the truth. It's disgusting. Now, hold on. What was she just talking about?
That is true. Everybody's.
Oh, and his sisters were in my chat trying to clear stuff up, and I didn't treat them like shit, and they stuck around. I had the wrong information. They told me it was wrong, and I listened. You don't know how to do that. You don't know how to open your ears. Everything's Ziggy's way.
He's a suspect. You're a suspect, Lips. And on that logic.
No, Lips. So at this point, Lips is in her room trying to go against me because that bitch don't like me for no damn reason. I don't even know why. I've never had a damn conversation with her in my damn life. Okay? She interviewed Marlena. Maybe she knew I reached out to Marlena. I don't understand the hatred with Lips. Okay? So Lips goes into her chat and starts to attack me. And then Ziggy does nothing but yell at her the whole time. You're on the wrong side, Lips. I don't know.
Everybody's a suspect. Why do you say he's a suspect? What makes you call him a suspect? Because Don Wells mentioned him? Because he was. Who's a suspect? According to Lawson, everybody's a suspect. So that means you're a suspect. You know what I mean? That logic, it doesn't make sense. Lips, you're the one labeling him a suspect. She just invited them up. I doubt that they're going to go up. So right here, this Ellie person wrote,
because in my chat, you don't have to make somebody feel uncomfortable to get answers. Sometimes it's better without your voice to just write it. You get your response along quicker without arguing. I don't have to have them come up on my panel. And if they feel uncomfortable coming up on my panel, I'm not going to force them. I'm grateful for the information they're given. Karen has done already cleared up so much in like 2 seconds, and I haven't even read the rest of the chat. Grow up.
right here at the bottom, said, "That's a lie. My father, Ronald Hill, has not lived outside of Ben Hill in over 50 years, much less with another woman." Exactly. I don't know who that is, but he's lived on Ben Hill Road his whole life.
I didn't say she was lying. I believe her.
That's not what Three Flying Doves. That is not what law enforcement said. Law enforcement did not say everybody from Ben Hill Road is a suspect. That's not what they said. You guys,
you're right. They said everybody's a suspect. That also means everybody from Ben Hill.
We cannot make up shit in our head to fit what we want it to fit. That's
Remember how Doug and them used to have the soundboard? I need to get me one of them. That would be a wah, wah, wah.
Not what law enforcement said. They said everybody is a suspect. Not everybody on Ben Hill. So everybody is a suspect. That means you, me, anybody.
Well, she understands one thing, doesn't she? Okay. 0.5 of a brain cell.
Right? Why would Fred Hill be
0.0005?
A suspect over anybody else? He has no history of anything with children.
They took his kid, Ziggy.
Nothing out there like that about him anywhere. Why would he even be? The only reason he was brought up was a drug dealer. And it was
the dad. Sorry, I was responding. Nobody said his dad did anything to Summer. When I asked, I was concerned about the truck. The sister cleared that up yesterday. However, I have a question to ask David about his Ranger, because he mentioned that he had one. However, I think on your page, on your channel the other day, Fred said it was gold. So I think we've already cleared that up.
From Dawn pointing.
However, that's the shit that needs to be pointed out. And you don't know how to do that. You pass up information, just like Tiffany Marie did when Jody Sue's sister said, "I know Ralph was Sean."
Dawn and others trying to, for some reason, I feel like it was done purposely.
What you're doing is done purposely. Every bit of it. And it's immature.
I don't even know. And that definitely is not Fred in her chat, because Fred doesn't know how to change the picture and stuff. He was trying.
Why didn't you just come over and listen for a second and have a normal, human, decent conversation? Instead of attacking. You have attacked everybody. Everybody.
Trying to change the picture earlier. So that's definitely not Fred. He doesn't know all that shit.
In my opinion, Fred knows everything. There would be no other reason for him to keep changing stories and making up lies.
But
here's a thought. Could the electric going out been a distraction on the 15th to distract from a certain area where the tree trimmers were? I'm not looking at chat. Just a thought. Just a thought. I'm speculating.
Well, Fred thinks Grandis is involved too. He was just telling me that yesterday that so
Grandis is a bit fishy too. I agree.
and the person said Fred has no property, but mom and dad's place was searched multiple times.
And if you would have been in chat, you would have seen that wasn't denied. Actually, it was confirmed.
She said, I am Karen. Ronald is my dad. Now she's bringing up something about clothes and washing machine.
Which she said she would let Fred handle that. She didn't want to answer it. I respect that. You don't have to push a subject. There's enough there, and she has already given us enough information that we don't need to push it. We don't even know that that's true. I'll come to chat and look. But it was, if you would have been looking, instead of reading screenshots people send you, you would have seen what was going on. There's you making assumptions just like you did the Earl Taylor. And you confused even my subs. I explained it was a different Earl. I put it in my chat that it was a different Earl. Yet there you go, pushing it. Yeah, that's Scott's handiwork.
And no, cadaver dogs didn't hit. It was sitting dogs.
Ellie, I'll come back and look. Do you know if it was cadaver or scent that hit on a driveway? And where the dogs hit?
Jeez. Fred, are you still here?
And if they hit. If that's truth.
Yeah, I don't need to see what Karen's saying either. She better, I'm glad she's telling the truth right now, like from a little bit I've seen.
Why wouldn't she? It's you that doesn't tell the truth.
But I don't want to, if she is going to, be honest and stuff and tell the truth, then
that's exactly what she's going to do, because her brother's not telling the truth. And he's making that area, the people in it, and his sisters look like fools. And it needs to stop.
I don't have anything bad to say against her, but if she starts lying.
You shouldn't have anything bad to say against her, period. And you don't even know if she's lying because you've never held a real conversation with her.
And trying to cause issues over.
You're the one causing the issues. She's been doing nothing but reaching out to you.
The property that Fred doesn't even freaking care about right now.
I don't know if that's true. I'm not looking at my chat. Right now, I'm going to say, in my opinion, that's bullshit.
Then he's going to have to defend himself, so.
And his sisters aren't supposed to defend themselves? You've silenced them. When they finally came out to the world to talk, you shut them up, so much so that you took K-Crimes out of YouTube.
All right.
Keep sniffing.
So September 26th of 2022, or September of 2022 was when she was posting, or the earliest that she posted about David. And I had already been to.
You're wrong.
Spoken. I had went there January of 2022.
My interview with Miss Linda was November 2021. Your second interview where you talked about this with Fred was in June of 2022. Mine was up first.
January 11th of 2022, to be exact. Was the first time I talked to him on that first trip. The second trip, I was there in June.
The one where you came to his house several times and he wasn't home. And then you came again and Laura was there and you woke her up and you demanded to come into her house and she told you she didn't feel good. She told you she was laying down. In the middle of the conversation, she's telling you, I wish you would hurry this up. You were unwelcome to Ziggy. You overstayed your welcome.
June of 2022, which is a few months before September, Crystal. If you listen to my first and second conversations with friends,
if you listened to my live, you would have known the dates or around the time that I put these out. You want to go on your channel and make assumptions and try to prove somebody wrong. I'm not saying I'm 100% right. I can guarantee you I'm wrong, but I can guarantee you I'm more right than you.
Fred, he told the story about the CPS worker. Like it just kind of came up out of conversation. It wasn't really something I got really interested in because it wasn't anything pertaining to Summer Wells. You know, it's just.
Everything is pertaining to Summer Wells.
In conversation, he had mentioned that I feel like it was our very first conversation. If not, it was definitely the second. Because the third time I didn't have them recorded. So it has to be one of those.
I bet you do. Show it.
Remember my recording for the third time? I was so upset because it didn't record our conversation. And it was a good one. Fred just believes that Grandis was there and that she knows something.
Look, his story changed.
Yeah, because I know that he's a good person, Lips. So
Fred knew. Fred knew it was Andy. Now he thinks it could be Grandis. But Fred, you have it recorded. It's Andy, right? They admitted it. The police have it.
I know it's not true. That's why it is like when you're.
You guys hear my cat in the background because she wants my husband to pick her up and he's ignoring her. Sorry.
You're talking about him. It's like me because I know I've talked to him since people think, oh, this is so fast. I don't know him and all that. Like as if we didn't for really the past year talked pretty close to every single day. And before that,
bullshit. Since he went to jail. That was what, 10 months ago? And then you didn't talk to him because you had his chirp removed. He was messaging you from another chirp. So not only did he get in trouble, but I'm betting another person got in trouble too.
The year before that, probably at least like, or maybe not a whole year before that, like 6 months, 2 years.
Go back and look at it. I did the math the other day. You and Fred barely knew each other. You possibly been speaking for 4 months.
Here, like maybe once
on a regular
week or so, but not on phone. But the last year we've been talking on the phone a lot. Thank you, Miss Kirby.
It's all public. Go do the math. Go rewatch your lives. You, thankfully, have documented everything.
Fred is getting $50,000 for a life insurance policy. Oops, car accident. What? No, she's not.
Okay, Ellie, not tonight, but another night, I promise you, I'll go over where Laura said that, because I do have it clipped. I'm just not prepared to bring it up right now. I got to finish the Ziggy. We're already on here 5 hours and 34 minutes in. I don't even know how much more of this I want to respond to. I definitely want to get to the Earl Taylor stuff. Actually, I think I've said enough. I don't even have to get to the Earl Taylor stuff. Everybody's seen it. Everybody's heard it. I've put my proof out there. Ziggy, you did no research before you went onto your chat and started going, oh my God, Earl Taylor, and trying to confuse the world. Had you been in my chat and listened, I could have cleared that up with you. Instead, you tried to push another narrative so that I could be attacked. Like I said, you and your trolls are nowhere near like Benny. If this is some kind of weird ass shit on the internet with creators, sorry you guys lost Benny. Ziggy's not the leader of it. She sucks. Hi, Stinky. Hi, Glenview. Diamond Eyes, I think I said hello to you. Hi, Nikki. Welcome today. I'll go through and definitely read all this chat. I'm not going to waste time doing that. I don't even want to listen to this no more. I've been on forever. It's my husband's day off. He doesn't feel good. He's behind me making old man sounds. I think I have a pretty good mic here, though. Yes, Ellie. Thank you for clearing up the rumors. You don't understand how appreciative I am about that blue van. That's been a red herring for me for so long. And why couldn't Jody Sue just say, hey, if these people would just come out and be honest with what they seen, they're not going to know what Ellie knows, any of them. Even if they're being questioned, they're being questioned. It isn't like Ellie's coming to them and telling them what's going on. That's not how they operate. I told you guys, my underage brother years ago was involved in the shooting. They didn't come to him and give him information. They wanted information from him. It got so bad we were even in court. They were trying to get him to take a plea deal and plead guilty. And the prosecutors bribed him, or whoever it was that came in a room, with pizza and a visit with his family before entering the courtroom for court, trying to get him to change his plea. Glenview, no. The van was your cousin's, Andy. Julie's. And her daughter. You were right the other day. No, the original videos I put out were put out. The original interview I had was with Miss Linda, and that was, I believe, almost positive, November of 2021. Because they were one of the very first things I put on my channel. And I believe that my interview was already done before I had made my channel. Look, Andy comes in. I'm getting a full chat now, and I'm getting ready to get off of here. Andy, maybe one day we could chat more about the electric going off. Going on there. I am so grateful for you guys that have been locals that have been coming in here and telling the truth. I want you to know that. And for those that have been following. And Andy, I'm sorry I'm going as soon as you come in. I'll come back tomorrow and we can chat some more about this. I don't know what my content's going to be. I'm really like, maybe we could just have a chat tomorrow. And Ellie, again, thank you. Thank you for my chat for being respectful. At least I hope. I have to go back and read. I appreciate you all. Peace.